1, 2. There. Look. 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. 1, 1, 2. 1.
One, two, 1, 2.
The Honorable Speaker, Mr. Dugwana.
Bowing to you, honorable members. We shall now have a moment of silence, meditation, and prayers. Thank you. You may be seated. me take this opportunity to welcome all of you, honorable members. Welcome the following special guests. The chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Morena Neomupedi. The Deputy Chairperson of the House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Fosi Hawilele Moroka. Morena Napomupedi, Morena Pule Sikonyela. Morena Paulus Moloi, Morena Pule Sikonye. Councillor Thabo Tebe, Executive Mayor of Malutapofu. Councillor Dlamini, Speaker of Malutapofu. Major General Alicia. All other guests, you are welcome. We proceed to motions. On motion bill, the acting secretary shall read motion 1.
The second reading debate on the appropriation bill, B3 of 2026, be continued. Vote 10, community safety, road and transport.
The vote before the House is vote 10, community safety, roads and transport. Honorable MEC Mbalula may now address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Premier of the Free State, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Provincial Legislature, the chairpersons of the portfolio committees, chairpersons of and members of the Free State House of Traditional Leaders, leadership of the African National Congress and its alliance partners, executive mayors present, and mayors of the District Council, Director General, heads of governments, the CEO of RTMC, the Airport Manager, Bram Fisher International Airport, Provincial Commissioner of SAPS, Brigadier General from SANDAF, Regional Commissioner of Correctional Services, Regional Head of State Security Agency, Provincial Head of IPIT, leadership of Santaco in the province, leadership of the Community Policing Forums, members of the business fraternity, regional leaders, media houses, all our esteemed guests, most importantly, Ba'ai, Free State, Kaufela, Dumela. Molweni Khuyeda. I rise before this House today to table a budget that speaks directly to the heartbeat of our people, their fears, their struggles, and their hopes for a better tomorrow. Following the cabinet meeting led by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa on the 27th March in Bloemfontein, it became clear that investment in road infrastructure is a key enabler of the economic growth. This budget therefore responds to that priority, as well as to the broader needs of our communities by advancing inclusive development, strengthening service delivery, and creating an environment where economic activity can thrive and opportunities can grow for all. Allow me to anchor this budget vote in the words of President Oliver Reginald Tambo when he said, "A nation that does not take care of its people will know no peace, no prosperity," close quote. This budget is our declaration of a continued commitment to taking care of our people. We achieve this through safety initiatives that makes a difference, transport systems that work, and roads that connect our people to opportunities. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa addressed the National Executive Committee, and the Free State Provincial Executive Committee and raised key fundamental issues relating to the Free State Provincial Government and municipalities within the province. At the core of his remarks was the growing local government crisis of budget shortfalls and capacity gaps, financial mismanagement, and corruption, which directly undermines service delivery. His Excellency further stressed the importance of improving coordination in all levels of government through the district development model. This is where he raised critical socio-economic issues such as youth unemployment, poverty, and high cost of living. And that is why As this administration, we need to be intentional and deliberate about unleashing our economic potential through investment, through the development of infrastructure, and through our initiatives that seeks to support those in agriculture and the development of renewable energy supply. Honorable Speaker, this budget is our direct response to how infrastructure projects will respond directly to issues of unemployment and poverty, a response on how we plan to develop SMMEs through subcontracting, contractor development programs, and township revitalization projects. Honorable Speaker, on governance, the department continuously embarks on comprehensive employee verification each financial year. The verification of employees was embarked upon during 2025-26 financial year in an attempt to strengthen payroll integrity and curb wasteful expenditure on compensation of employees. As part of our commitment towards building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport finalized and submitted the organizational functionality assessment on time. Through this project, the department provided a clear evidence-based diagnosis of service delivery, identifying areas of concern and interventions to improve service delivery. The findings of OFA are instrumental in refining our processes and have laid a solid foundation for enhanced functionality and improved service delivery. Honorable Speaker, under roads infrastructure, I want to present to this House the road infrastructure progress and planned investments for Kwakwa. In 2023, following a detailed assessment of our road network, priority roads were identified in line with the budget, and contractors were appointed to address those requiring urgent attention. A total of 61.4 kilometers of roads was included in this program. This investment of 263 million aimed at improving mobility, safety, and economic opportunities for the people of Kwakwa. The budget allocation for 26-27 financial year is 75.8 million, and this will ensure the completion of the project. In 2025-26 financial year, we have implemented capital project valued at over 835 million. We completed major strategic provincial roads, which included Viljoenskroon, Orkney, Kroonstad, Henneman, Virginia, Lentley, Pieterstein, Tweespruit, Hophouse, Sasolburg, Heilbron, and Harrismith Special Economic Zone. These completed phases are making a real difference in our communities' daily lives, which means communities can travel safely and easier to schools, clinics, and work. Farmers will now transport their produce to markets on time, business can operate more efficiently, and emergency services can reach people faster. In simple terms, these roads help people live better lives and by improving access, saving time, and creating opportunities right where they live. We further advance maintenance and rehabilitation across key roads such as Kroonstad, Steynsrus, Zastron, Stekspruit Road, Senegal, Rosendal Road, Senegal, Lentley Road, Tweespruit, Excelsior Road, Kopi, Sasolburg Road, and Togolan, Makwat Road. Honorable members, I'm happy to report that on the Kroonstad, Steynsrus Road, Tweespruit, Excelsior Road, Togolan, Makwat Road are now back on track. The department has implemented the remedial actions and is continuing to make progress. We are focused on implementing these roads so that they are safe and easy to use in order to improve mobility of goods and services, as well as supporting local economic activities. Honorable Speaker, we understand that development must not bypass our people. It must reach every Free State citizen. Through the Township Revitalization Program, we are taking development directly to our communities, ensuring that it reaches our people where they live. This program focuses on improving the image, value, and infrastructure of townships by upgrading roads, improving access, and strengthening community safety. It also brings real economic benefits by creating local job opportunities through labor-intensive construction, supporting small businesses, and putting money into the local economy. In this way, we are not only building roads, but also building communities, and creating opportunities for our communities. We have completed 8 projects through this program at a cost of 77 million, and we have created 155 job opportunities in the following places: Botshabelo, Thabantsu, Bloemfontein, Sasolburg, Kroonstad, Lady Brand, Tromsburg, and Bethlehem. Honorable Speaker, we are able to proactively maintain and protect our road network through the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant. This includes important work such as reseal and fog spray, which helps to extend the life of the road, prevent further damage, and reduce the need for costly major repairs in future. By investing in the maintenance activities, we are protecting our infrastructure as well as ensuring that public funds are used effectively to deliver lasting value for our communities. That is why through our reseal and fog spray interventions, we invested 74 million to preserve the following key roads: Beltfontein, Wesselsbron, Beltfontein, Hoopstad, Delisville, Hertzog, and up to Christiana, Dennisville to Sasolburg, and Parys to Sasolburg roads. Honorable Speaker, like any other infrastructure department, we have a responsibility to support and grow emerging contractors. This is part of building a strong and inclusive economy where more people, especially from the previously disadvantaged groups, have the opportunity to participate in construction and development projects. In line with this, the department is implementing the Contractor Development Program. Through the CDP, we identify, support, and develop small and emerging contractors so that they can gain the skills, experience, and capacity needed to take on bigger projects. This work is closely linked to the Construction Industry Development Board framework, which sets standards for grading and developing contractors in our country. We ensure that emerging contractors are properly trained and equipped to compete in the construction industry. In implementing our contractor development program, 24 emerging contractors have been empowered through an investment of 50 million. This program is structured to enable contractors to progress through CIDB gradings, with budget allocation gradually increasing over the medium-term expenditure framework. As the department, we are equipping and empowering our own province. We cannot continue as it used to be a practice in the past and hire contractors from other provinces when we have the talent at home. The Welisizwe Rural Bridge Program is a testament of collaborative effort between national, provincial, and local governments, ensuring coordinated implementation and alignment with the broader development goals. By improving rural infrastructure, the Welisizwe Rural Bridges Program seeks to unlock economic potential, reduce isolation, and create sustainable communities that are resilient to the challenges posed by the inadequate infrastructure. The Welisizwe Bridge Program in the Free State has seen the completion of 13 bridges, 3 in Mangaung Metro, 4 in Mohukari, 6 in Kwakwa. 3 bridges are still under construction in Kwakwa. These bridges provide access to communities in need and isolation. These bridges provide access to communities in need, and the location of each bridge was identified by liaising with stakeholders through the district development model in each of the respective municipalities where the program had already been rolled out. This was done by collaborating with the National Department of Transport, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the South African National Defence Force. More bridges will be implemented in Kwakwa in 2026-27 financial year, and the program will further extend to Lady Brand, Botshabelo, Thabantsu, and Kroonstad. In 2026-27 financial year, we'll roll out a road maintenance plan estimated at 1.4 billion in road infrastructure and ensure the continuation of the following current projects: Thabantsu public transport roads, Oppermans Gronde access road, Kwakwa roads, Kroonstad Stensres road, Senegal Rosendal road, Tweespruit Excelsior road, Koppies Sasolburg road, restoration of the damaged section of R711 between Forisberg and Clarence. This budget for 26-27 financial year will also enable us to commence with the following new projects: Christiana Hertzogville Delisville Road, Lady Brand Hoppers Road, Reeds Castle Road, Edinburgh Rittersberg Corridor, Mangaung Access Road, Harry Smith SEZ Access Road, regraveling of gravel roads in various parts of the province. The township revitalization program will continue in the following townships: Botshabelo, Tabansu, Bloemfontein, Sasolburg, Kroonstad, Lady Brand, and Excelsior. In a deliberate effort to broaden impact, we will also be expanding the township revitalization program to Harrismith and Jacquesfontein. Honorable Speaker, when we first came as the 7th administration, we made a commitment to our people that through our infrastructure program, we will create a total number of 3,500 work opportunities. And we have, in 2025-26 financial year, created 4,115 work opportunities against a target of 3,500, which includes 1,977 young people, 2,291 women, and 24 people with disabilities. On transport operations, the province continues to make steady progress in developing the Harrismith Logistical Hub as a key investment and economic growth point. Since 2025 budget vote speech, the department has led engagements with key stakeholders to ensure proper alignment, and detailed concept document has now been completed. This work has focused on critical areas such as rail integration, freight movement, land availability, infrastructure readiness, and coordination between different spheres of government to ensure the project is well planned and investment ready. The Harrismith Logistical Hub is a strategic opportunity for the Free State, given its location along major freight roads with high truck volumes passing through daily. It is positioned to become a major center of logistics, warehousing, agro-processing, and distribution, supporting growth in agriculture, mining, and tourism. The project has received strong support from national leadership, including the President, who encouraged the province to move from planning into implementation and to strengthen its investment case. With this support, the province remains committed to actively attracting investment and driving the successful development of Harrismith Logistical Hub as a catalyst for economic growth and job creation. The department has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Reinhardt Transport Group to formalize a collaborative partnership aimed at skills development and empowerment within the trucking and transport sector. Reinhardt Transport Group will utilize its own facilities and infrastructure to provide training and mentorship to truck drivers, an incubation program, and office administration training specifically targeting females within the trucking industry, all facilitated through the Community Policing Development Agency, which is their quality council for trades and occupation, accredited skills development provider. In 26-27 financial year, the department will prioritize the stabilization and transformation of the taxi industry as part of building an integrated, safe, and sustainable public transport system. To achieve this, the department will strengthen regulation and compliance through the improved provincial regulatory entity to fast-track processing of public transport operating licenses, reducing illegal operations, and enhance law enforcement. The department is committed to ensuring stability, peace, and cooperation in the public transport sector across the Free State, working together with the national government and key stakeholders such as the South African National Taxi Council, South African National Small Bus Operators Council, and other transport associations. The department will implement key resolutions from the 2026 Imbizo to improve safety, reliability, and regulation in the sector. Through ongoing engagement, transport governance, and collaboration with all operators, including scholar transport, taxis, meter taxis, and buses, the department aims to build a sustainable and well-coordinated public transport system that benefits all communities. We honor the Free State deaf community for their important contribution in helping to make public transport more inclusive and accessible for all. Through their partnership with the department in launching standardized transport hand signs in June 2025, they will help bridge long-standing communication gaps between deaf communities and taxi operators. This initiative is making it easier and safer for people with hearing impairments to travel, while also reducing stigma and promoting dignity in public transport. We truly appreciate their leadership, lived experience, and contribution to building a more inclusive Free State where no one is left behind. The department will also assist e-hailing operators by raising awareness and providing guidance in preparation for the new e-hailing laws in South Africa. These regulations introduced under the National Land Transport Amendment Act and effective from September 2025 require all operators to obtain official operating licenses, ensure their vehicles are properly branded and install panic buttons. The department will support operators through information sessions and resources to help them comply, as failure to meet these requirements may result in penalties of up to 100,000 or imprisonment for up to 2 years. Honorable Speaker, on transport regulations, the department made great strides in road safety awareness and reduction. Our province proudly took part in 2025 National Road Safety and Participatory Educational Techniques Competition. 2 rural schools stood out, with Samuel Johnson Secondary School in Zastron coming in second place in the road safety debate, and Matlantlang Secondary School in Stainsres earning third place in participatory education techniques. During 25-26 festive season, the Free State province also was recognized as the second best performing province in the country, thanks to the significant drop in crashes and fatalities. This was achieved through strong community education campaigns, prayer services, and tougher law enforcement operations such as roadblocks and visible policing on key routes. During the provincial Easter Road Safety Campaign, the Free State recorded a significant breakthrough in law enforcement operations aimed at strengthening road safety and border control. Through coordinated traffic operations, officials intercepted 32 Zimbabwean nationals traveling along the R30 near Brantford Plaza en route to Cape Town, as well as 4 Mozambican nationals at the Frikirle Flay Plaza. These interceptions highlighted the critical role played by integrated roadblocks and routine traffic checks in safeguarding road users and communities. Beyond these incidents, the department will intensify efforts to strengthen enforcement systems and close coordination gaps between provinces, ensuring that interprovincial collaboration becomes more effective in addressing cross-border mobility challenges and enhancing overall road safety governance. From the beginning of June this year, we want to see our speed cameras around the province being fully operational, and this is a commitment we have already started working on. We want to take a moment to recognize the important and often dangerous work carried out by traffic officers who put their lives on the line every day to keep our roads safe and support law enforcement efforts. Recently, we were deeply concerned by an incident near Hillside View in Bloemfontein, where Provincial Inspector Kekeletso Sefatsa, a traffic officer, was shot and wounded during a cash-in-transit robbery on OR Tambo Road. We strongly condemn this act of violence against a public servant who was simply doing her duty. We are relieved that she is receiving the necessary medical care and support, and we wish her full and speedy recovery. Acts like this are unacceptable, and we reaffirm our commitment to supporting and protecting those who serve our communities with dedication and courage. Honorable Speaker, while there are challenges at the traffic testing stations in the province, primarily due to budget constraints, the department has accelerated the utilization of the Smart Environment Units terminals for processing licenses. This system is linked to the database of the Department of Home Affairs, which enables the real-time identity verification and SAPS verification for professional driving permits. This process saves time for the applicants as they are able to renew their driver's licenses from one point and will no longer have to physically visit SAPS facilities for applications. In 2025-26 financial year, the department focused on Lingao Traffic Testing Center to ensure that officials are upskilled and that a pool of properly trained officials is placed to roll out the system in a phased-in approach in the province. In 26-27 financial year, we plan to implement the national shift towards digitization as a strategy towards addressing the influx of the traffic testing stations, to enhance controls on the rising transactions volumes, and a response to an increased audit and governance scrutiny. This hybrid system will be piloted at the Lingao Testing Center for walk-in applications and those who utilize online booking system. This hybrid system will also be rolled out through a phase-in approach, starting with the busiest traffic testing centers in the province. Honorable Speaker, on safer communities, we want to address the following: that one of the biggest achievements in the province has been the development and launch of the Free State Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy and the alignment of different departments' plans to its 6 key focus areas. This shows that the province is not only tailoring its approach on local needs, but also aligning with the national efforts to fight crime. All spheres of government now recognize that crime is not just the responsibility of the police, but a problem that must be tackled by government, communities, and all sectors working together. During 26-27 financial year, we will focus on putting the strategy into action and tracking progress every quarter, especially in the police stations that have been identified as priority areas. Honorable Speaker, President Cyril Ramaphosa in the State of the Nation address confirmed the deployment of SANDF to support SAPS in combating gang violence and illegal mining from March 2026 to March 2027. This Operation Prosper deployed targets crime hotspots in the Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng Province, Northwest and Western Cape. The Free State Province welcomes this intervention and stands ready to support the large-scale deployment of SANDF members under Operation Prosper in 2026-27, which serves as a critical force multiplier in high-risk operations and the protection of key infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, we continue to play an important role in addressing gender-based violence and femicide by supporting the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on GBVF and working closely with the provincial GBV desk led by the Office of the Premier. The department focuses on ensuring that the police strictly enforce the Domestic Violence Act and that victims are treated with care and dignity, including the provision of victim-friendly rooms at police stations to prevent further trauma. The establishment of the Botshabelo Sexual Offences Court by the Minister of Justice, Mamulo Kukubai, and the Premier aims to provide a strong intervention for the high levels of sexual offences in South Africa, particularly against children, forming a specialized and child-friendly setting with a trained workforce that reduces secondary trauma, shields victims from contact with perpetrators, and allows them to give testimony in a dignified and supportive manner. The communities can have a quicker and more efficient courtroom, higher conviction rates, and greater trust in their justice system. At last, this effort not only promotes justice, but also restores hope and way for survivors to be heard, to be safe, and to be empowered. It also affirms a collective commitment against gender-based violence and femicide. On SAPS achievements, SAPS in the Free State in 2025-2026 continued to report successes in execution of Operation Chanela, with remarkable successes, including arrests for different crimes and confiscations thereof, achieved through this initiative. A total of 21,223 arrests were effected during Operation Chanela for the 17 community-related crimes, 7,588 for illegal immigrants, and 2 wildlife, and 478 of illicit mining. Honorable Speaker, on proactive policing, a total of 5,381 frontline service members were trained through specialized gender-based violence and femicide programs to strengthen their response to these serious cases. In addition, 10 victim empowerment programs were conducted along the 36 outreach projects at high-contact crime stations and GBVF hotspot areas across the province, including Mangaung, Tabanchu, Tabong, Botshabelo, Velkom, and Sosolberg. 3 focused interventions were also carried out during the 16 Days of Activism campaign in areas such as Kwakwa, and Kronstadt to raise awareness and strengthen community action against violence. In support for safer communities, school safety programs were implemented in 22 schools, while 1,026 schools now have active safer school committees to promote safer and a good learning environment. A further 94 school safety interventions were conducted during 2025-26 financial year, including areas such as Bethlehem, Virginia, and Zamdela, focusing on bullying prevention, learner protection, and awareness on social challenges affecting young people. In addition, human trafficking awareness campaigns were rolled out in rural and urban areas, including Harrismith, Botshabelo, and Velkom, helping communities to identify risks and report suspicious activities, while rural safety sessions contributed to a decline in stock theft in areas such as Veldfontein, Edenville, and Wesselsbron. The Community Policing Forum program remains active, with 109 police stations supporting functional CPF structures, while the Community in Blue program continues at 111 stations, with 2,347 patrollers working alongside subs to strengthen visibility and community safety. On rural safety remains a top priority for the province, especially in addressing farm attacks and stock theft. In Glen, 2 wanted suspects aged 39 and 26 were arrested and later sentenced to 2 life sentences each. There have also been important breakthroughs in fighting stock theft and improving rural safety through joint operations and community involvement. In Helbron, a farm attack involving a murder, rape, and stock theft led to the swift arrest of 11 suspects who appeared in court, while in Putadichaba, 5 suspects were arrested and stolen livestock of 149,000 was fully recovered. In Silosesha, police recovered 11 stolen cattle valued at 198,000. And in Bloemfontein, 12 stolen cattle were recovered after a blue-white light operation. In Wesselsbron, 5 suspects linked to house robbery and stock theft were arrested in Velkom with stolen property recovered. Honorable Speaker, we honor all the men and women in blue. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that. We can also clap. We honor all the men and women in blue for their hard work, which has been recognized nationally in SAPS awards, and also appreciated the hard work being done by Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit, as they have secured more than 40 life sentences for rape and domestic violence cases. We will never condone a society that preys on women and children. We also pay our deepest respect to the men and women in blue We also pay our deepest respects to the men and women in blue who tragically lost their lives in line of duty. We honor their service, their dedication, and their sacrifice, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to their families, colleagues, and the entire SAPS family. Honorable Speaker, as we move to 2026-2027 financial year, we remain firmly committed to strengthening safety and security across the Free State. While crime statistics show an overall decrease in most reported crimes, there are still key hotspot areas that need focused attention, with 30 police stations identified as priorities in dealing with the 17 community-reported crimes. In the upcoming year, our work will align with the national priorities. These priorities include reducing organized crime, and corruption, addressing gender-based violence, lowering firearm-related crimes, strengthening border security, tackling gangs and violent crime in affected areas, improving leadership and management in policing, rebuilding public trust in SAPS, and enhancing intelligence and detective capacity to ensure safer communities for all. Honorable Speaker, in 2026-2027 financial year, national government committed to move with urgency to finalize a sustainable funding model for community policing forums through the National Civilian Secretariat for Police Service. Functional CPFs are central to the police community collaboration. On fleet management and trading entity, an efficient and a reliable government fleet is central to improving service delivery across Free State Province, ensuring that departments can reach communities where services are needed most. Through the fleet management trading entity, the province procured a total of 298 vehicles during 2025-26 financial year at a cost of just over 210 million. These vehicles include 10 mortuary vans, 60 ambulances, 10 planned patient transport vehicles for the Department of Health, and 5 large buses for the Department of Education, 6 minibuses, 124 sedan vehicles, 66 light delivery vehicles, and 8 sport utility vehicles for various departments. Out of 298 vehicles procured, 220 have already been delivered and are now in use, helping to strengthen government operations across the province. The remaining vehicles, including buses and ambulances that are still under construction, are expected to start being delivered from April 2026. The budget allocation for the department therefore stands as follows, Honourable Speaker. Program 1, 347,905,000 rand. On Program 2, 26,671,000 rand is allocated. For Program 3, 419,543,000 rand is allocated. For Program 4, which is transport, 633,958,000 is allocated. And on Program 5, which is transport infrastructure, 2,235,089,000 is allocated. Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, allow me to borrow the words of former President Thabo Mbeki when he said, "The struggle continues because the struggle for a better life is never over." And I am grateful to be walking through this struggle with people who never allow me to walk alone. With those words, I would like to thank the African National Congress for trusting me with the responsibility to represent it in government. I particularly wish to thank the rank and file members of the movement for their being a trusted and reliable support base for all the work we do in government, including the leagues of the ANC. I want to thank the Premier and the Executive Council for their ongoing support, guidance, and oversight. Your continued support helps us improve safety transport services delivery for the people of the Free State. I value your inputs and commitment to making government work better for our communities. I also want to thank all our stakeholders, including law enforcement, transport operators, community safety structures, and other partners for working with us to improve safety and public transport in the province. To the staff of the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport, thank you for your hard work and dedication every day, even under difficult conditions. Your efforts truly keep the department going and make a difference in people's lives. Finally, I want to sincerely thank outgoing from 2022. Mandigqibezeleke ngokuthi mandigqibezeleke ngokuthi ndiyabulela nakuni nonke ntoza kuthi ntoza kwaJola oqengeba omagwanya omphankomo ongqungqushe ovuba ngobubende umfazi obele linye walithi jwi ngapha komlanga wathi ncanca mntana ngoba ibele lide thole lo mthwakazi ndiyabulela. Together let us continue to build a safer and better and more connected Free State. Thank you.
Honourable Member Sifuba.
Ndiyabulela, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, Betapili Bantu ya Marena Lima Kwesan, Executive Mayors and Councillors present, Ahiba Freestata Bommeli Buntate, comrades. The budget presented by the Honourable Member of the Executive Council, Honourable Jabumba Lula, is a budget vote that talks to the heart and soul of our existence as Free Staters. It touches on the core foundation of the economic imperatives which constitute the lifeblood of our societal transformation. As we celebrate the 32 years of our democratic dispensation, as well as the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, we are called upon to rise to the occasion under the theme, Open Court, Freedom and the Rule of Law, 30 years of democratic citizenship. This budget vote responds to this clarion call. We therefore rise in support of it. On legislative and policy imperatives in terms of the budget vote, Honourable Speaker, not only does Budget Vote 10 respond to the clarion call of our 30 years of our constitutional existence, which emphasizes the rule of law and democratic citizenship, this vote also addresses the core values of this very Constitution, whose 30 years of existence we are celebrating this year. These values include the right to safety, dignity, equality, which the Department undertakes through infrastructure development, economic transformation, and the right to trade. The priorities of the 7th administration are also reflected in a very practical way through operations program. These priorities are economic growth through logistics infrastructure, the Harry Smith Logistics Hub, job creation and skills development through freight sector partnerships, poverty reduction through accessible and regulated public transport, and state capability through enforcement of the National Land Transport Act and improved regulation systems. It was with delight to hear the Honourable MEC outline in much detail the Department's response to these priorities through its operations. On Department's response to the legislative and policy imperatives, in terms of the constitutional right to safety and the specific provision in Section 12 of the Constitution which enshrines the right to be free from all forms of violence, the Department has sought to embrace the principle that safety is a shared responsibility between government and the people. Undoubtedly, community safety has for the longest of time been an albatross, an intractable problem, and a stubborn stain on our country's developmental roadmap. It is indeed only through community and stakeholder participation that this stubborn stain can be permanently removed. The Free State Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy that the Department has embraced acknowledges this reality. We therefore welcome the Department's efforts towards securing the safety of our communities through the following measures as outlined by Honourable MEC Mbalula. The first one being protecting the vulnerable. Training 5,381 frontline members in specialized gender-based violence and femicide GPVF programs. Community partnership, support for 109 functional community policing forums and over 2,300 patrollers to ensure that policing is democratic, transparent, and community-centered. We therefore welcome the intervention of the national government through Operation Prosper, through which the deployment of South African National Defence Force to support the South African Police Service in combating illegal mining and gang violence, ensuring the state remains the ultimate protector of its people's peace. It is through these kinds of intergovernmental interventions that we can mitigate some of these seemingly insurmountable challenges. Honourable Speaker, we have to embrace the Department's interventions in advancing the constitutional imperative of restoring dignity and equality through infrastructure enhancement and development, in responding to the constitutional dictate to improve the quality of life for all citizens and free the potential of each person. The Department has, through road infrastructure, committed to the following measurable outcomes. Firstly, connectivity and access. The allocation of 2.235 billion made towards transport infrastructure will ensure that rural communities are no longer isolated from the mainstream of development. It is projects such as Welisizwe Rural Bridge Program which ensures the realization of this goal by providing physical access to the rights enshrined in our Bill of Rights, Chapter 2 of our Constitution. Through these kinds of projects, access to clinics, schools, and economic opportunities are sustained. Secondly, township revitalization. Through the investment of an amount of 77 million in townships like Botshabelo and Tabanchu, the spatial injustices of the past are being slowly but surely being reversed, and development is brought to where our people live. On economic transformation and the right to trade, and in view of the geopolitical dynamics that have come to characterize our modern existence, we have no choice but to continue to advocate for our sovereignty. Transformation of the economy to serve all people in line with our 2024 election manifesto is a non-negotiable. Our failure to live up to this expectation would be a betrayal of our Freedom Charter's core principle that stipulates that South Africa belongs to all those who live in it, and that calls for the sharing of the country's resources. We cannot afford to continue to be referred to as the most unequal society in the world. Socio-economic inequalities in our land have been underscored by a ticking time bomb. We therefore have to unambiguously, unapologetically, and decisively embark on the for ecstatic that this budget advocates for state procurement as a tool for radical socio-economic transformation. To that end, the following outcomes as announced by the Honourable Emisi Mbalula should be celebrated. Empowering our own, the Contractor Development Program, which has empowered 24 emerging contractors with an investment of 50 million, specifically targeting female and youth-owned companies. Job creation, the creation of 4,115 work opportunities in the past financial year. These interventions and outcomes are critical stepping stones towards the realization of National Development Plan. The vision of National Development Plan, Vision 30, can only be realized through the interdependence and mutual contribution of all sectors and all spheres of our nation state. Not being oblivious to the socio-economic and political challenges of our times, particularly with geopolitical environment, we are confident that through this budget, we as the Free State will continue to make our contribution towards the realization of that vision. The investment of over 835 million in capital projects in 2025-2026, including completed corridors such as Viljoenskroon-Orkney, Kronstadt-Henneman, Virginia, and Sasolburg-Hilbron, reflect infrastructure that is directly linked to economic development and that is in tandem with the NDP. These roads are part of economic corridors that support agriculture, logistics, and regional trade. These investments align with the NDP's call for infrastructure that enables growth over and above access. Similarly, the planned 1.4 billion investment in 2026-2027, including special economic zones, access roads, shows deliberate alignment with industrialization and spatial economic integration. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, the projects and programs as outlined by the Department through this budget are quite numerous and palpable for anyone with a clear vision to see their impact. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that we support this kind of economic drive for the success of our province and our country. The road ahead is not going to be easy, and the path we have traversed thus far has not been smooth. However, with our standing shoulder to shoulder, inspired by the endurance of our democratic dispensation for 32 years and our democratic constitution for 30 years, will overcome. In his meeting with Che Guevara in Yugoslavia in 1959, Joseph Broz Tito shared the following advice to Che as a representative of a very young People's Revolutionary Government, open quote. You will still have a lot of trouble in your fight, but once you have overthrown the old regime, difficulties should not discourage you. It is harder to maintain power, but you will succeed if you persist. Of course, it is important that you do not make a big mistake now and that you go on gradually, step by step, taking into account the international situation, international possibilities, and the balance of power. Some things you will need to keep for better times. You need to stabilize now, close quote. Honourable Speaker, this advice offered to young Che Guevara by the veteran of the Yugoslav Revolution in 1959 ring true to the current geopolitical and international challenges of our time. They resonate with a similar caution that was handed down to us by our own liberation stalwart, Oliver Tambo, as he cautioned about the challenges of governance once the struggle for liberation has been won. Let us follow these wise words. With those words, I urge this House, Honourable Speaker, to support Budget Vote 10 as presented by the Honourable MEC. Together, let us build a safer, more connected and more prosperous province. I thank you.
Honourable Mukabele.
Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members. Marena le dikgotsi ba leng ka kwano, baeti ba ntlo ya Makhoisang, baeti ba tumelo tse fapaneng ba ai bohle ba Freistata, haholoholo ba Thabo Mofutsanyana mona mo re leng teng Qwaqwa, le maloko ohle a African Congress for Transformation, ke re madume ke ao. Honourable Speaker, the budget is a disconnect between paper and reality. The government claims to have a solid road investment on paper, but in reality, communities are inaccessible. In paper, they have claimed to have a job creation, and on paper, and in reality, there's temporary and uncertain jobs. On paper, they have claimed to have a safety priority, and in reality, crime is still rising in our communities. And on paper, they have claimed to have an infrastructure rollout, but in reality, the projects are incomplete. The budget on paper appears ambitious as the 3.7 billion is committed to roads, transport, and safety. But when interrogated beyond the figure, it reflects a different picture. Emerges as one of slow delivery, weak implementation, and growing disconnect between government promises and the lived realities of communities of the Free Staters. Over 2 billion has been allocated to road maintenance alone, yet roads are still damaged and inaccessible. The department admits to procurement delays and compliance challenges. But how does the government fail to spend effectively, yet continue to demand more resources? Kannete o hloleha ho sebedisa tjhelete o ba le yona mara o batla tjhelete e ngata. E ngata e o isa kae? Rural communities remain excluded, isolated and disconnected from economic opportunities. What good is a transport budget if it does not reach the people who need it? On safety, the department claims progress, and yet data tells us the contact crime are rising, road fatalities have increased, and communities continue to live in fear. The budget reflects a government that is strong on commitments but weak on execution. It plans without pace, allocation without accountability, and promises without a measurable impact. Kajeno tjena ke thabile hore ka go rona hona le our new commissioner. Mme o theoletsa Ntate Lesia ka hore o appointiwe as the Free State Commissioner. Mme Ntate Lesia re kopa re kgutlise serithi sa rona sa province ha o tluwa ho tsa crime. Ka nnete crime mona Free State e batla e jele season Ntate Lesia. You have been in this game for a very long time with your team. We know that you will combat crime and make sure hore ha o bapalle mona Free State. Dikolong mane bana ba rona ba ya ka dibetsa tse tshabehang. Mme ke lebohetse le hona o thabela ho utlwa hore MEC through you honorable speaker. O buile ka hore hona le human trafficking e ngata e tsalang ka hore province ya rona. Haholoholo dibakeng tse tshwanang le bo Velkom mane. Ka nnete ke taba tse tsholwang ka mathe tseo. Now, MEC through you honorable speaker, tshwantse re lokise ntho tse ngata provinceng ya rona. E se le nako e telele jwale ditsela tse tshwanang le tsa bo Excelsior Romani le bo Spray di sa qetwe. Mme re kopa hore seo.
Remember the time is up.
Thank you honorable speaker. Le di camera re kopa di sebetse. Ke a leboha.
Honourable Member Klute.
Agbare Speaker, in theorie gaan hierdie debat oor veiligheid, mobiliteit en dienslewering. Maar in praktyk vertel dit wel 'n verhaal van verval, wanbestuur en gemiste geleenthede. Dit gaan nie hier oor net teer en voertuie nie. Dit gaan oor mense. Dit gaan oor lewens, oor veiligheid. Dit gaan oor die ma wat soggens haar kinders skool toe stuur op 'n pad vol slaggate. Dit gaan oor die boer wat sukkel om sy produkte betyds by die mark te kry. Agbare Speaker, die toestand van paaie in die Vrystaat is nie net 'n klein probleem nie. Dis nie net 'n tegniese uitdaging nie. Dis 'n skande. Teen die huidige slakkepas van besteding in die provinsies sal dit dekades neem om ons padnetwerk op standaard te bring. Jaar na jaar intussen word slaggate groter, paaie gevaarliker en ekonomiese groei word versmoor. Ons sien swak beplanning. Ons sien gebrekkige instandhouding en kontrakteurs wat kom en gaan sonder enige aanspreeklikheid. Pleisters, tydelike oplossings en korttermyn denke. En weer eens word hierdie departement se departementshoof elders gepos en ek sal graag wil hoor wat sê die premier daaroor. En elke keer betaal die Vrystaaters die prys. Agbare Speaker, laat by die nuwe provinsiale kommissaris gelukwens. Majoor-generaal Lesia, ons sien daarna uit om saam met jou die Vrystaat te dien. Maar tans voel ons gemeenskappe geïsoleerd, weerloos. In landelike gebiede wag mense vir ure vir hulp. Soms kom dit nooit. Daar is polisiebeamptes wat nie eers weet van sekere nasionale polisie-instruksies en wetgewing nie. Dit kan mos nie wees nie. En ons sien ook daarna uit om te hoor wat die departement gaan doen om ook die landelike beveiligingsstrategie in die Vrystaat te implementeer. Just Honourable Sufuba, through you, Speaker, it's first and foremost the responsibility of the state to ensure safety. Cooperation with civil society means nothing if the state fails with that. And quoting the murderous Che Guevara does not assist us at all. LER het 'n paar suksesse genoem, maar ons hoor te veel van mense wat eenvoudig nie dienste by polisiestasies kry nie. Waar is die aggressiewe ingryping wanneer polisiestasies onderbeman is, maar ons hoor te veel van mense wat eenvoudig nie daai dienste kry nie. Agbare Speaker, gepraat van wetstoepassing. Die tyd het aangebreek dat die departement 'n doelgerigte veldtog loods om seker te maak dat taxi-bestuurders nie hulle passasiers en ander gebruikers in gevaar stel nie. Padgebruikers kan nie gijslaar gehou word deur hierdie roekelose bestuur nie. Agbare Speaker, hierdie begroting moes 'n keerpunt gewees het. Ons almal wou 'n nuwe begin hoor, 'n duidelike wegbreek weg van mislukking. Maar dit is nie. Dis meer van dieselfde soos elke jaar. Geen hervorming, geen dringendheid en geen aanspreeklikheid. Die VF+ sê, genoeg. Stel kontrakteurs aan wat die werk kan doen. Te veel padkontrakte het ontaard in geldmaak netwerke wat soos kartels funksioneer. Gaan kyk na die Kroonstad Steynsrus projek en wat dit die Vrystaat gekos het. Ware bemagtiging beteken werklike kapasiteit, werklike vaardighede en werklike dienslewering, nie net politieke beskerming nie. Maar ons weet mos wat is die ANC se siening oor swart ekonomiese bemagtiging. Agbare Speaker, waarheid is eenvoudig. Hierdie departement kan werk, maar tans werk dit nie. Baie dankie.
Honour Member Squabella.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier and essential members of the Executive, Honourable members, the House of Traditional Leaders, Marena, Wohleating, Tatila Kaju, the Provincial Commissioner, newly appointed Provincial Commissioner. Wish you all the best from the African National Congress on your new responsibilities. Honourable Speaker, this budget, if you were to listening and when the MEC was tabling it, it speaks directly to the priorities of our people, that being the safer communities, reliable infrastructure, inclusive economic growth. It is about the impact and how government intervenes meaningfully in the lives of the people. So I will demonstrate going below what do I mean. It is acceptable by everyone that the roads are the backbone of the economic activity. They connect communities from schools, home to schools, home to clinics, home to places of work, even the businesses. They enable farmers to transport goods to the markets and including the business to operate efficiently. So when I was sitting and listening to the MEC, I realized that this is a working department because 6 roads have been completed, including the Harry Smith SEZ road. So if you were to combine what we call the rehabilitation and maintenance and fog spray and reseal, what the MEC reports to us is actually 12 roads. And then you'll have to calculate the road network of the Free State, how much it is. But what is important is that all these 12 roads that have received rehabilitation and maintenance, fog spray and reseals, they connect to the economic hubs, access roads that support to agricultural production, and roads that connect to communities to essential services. And again, Honorable Klute, a working department, there are 6 new projects that the department is introducing, including the regraveling that the portfolio committee, that when we have said that to the MEC, that the farmers, when we've met with the farmers, say that MEC prioritize the farming community on the S roads. The budget now, when the MEC tables it, he has listened, he's a listening MEC and a listening government of the ANC. The regraveling is happening this financial year with 6 roads. In those 6 roads, there are around 11 towns that are going to benefit. And each household is going to benefit a salary that is around 4,000 to 5,000 to a period of a project. Some of the projects will be 12 months, some of them they'll be 24 months. I would not go into town to state all the 11 towns that are going to benefit, and this is what a working department is doing. Honorable Sfuba emphasized on the contractor development program, which is a powerful tool for transformation, about the 24 emerging contractors that have been trained. But it is important that we stress and emphasize on the importance of this, is that they have to, upon their completion, they have to access the government projects and the technical training and the mentorship that they are getting to ensure that now they have advanced, because you understand that they have been appointed at CIBD level 2. Some of them, they will complete all the training in the last year when they are at CIBD level 4, others at 5. It means that they will be able to get big contracts at that particular level. So the advantage of a contractor developments are clear, it's not debatable, because it creates a sustainable business, it generates employment and then builds local capacity and support the inclusive growth by opening the construction industry to previously disadvantaged groups. And this is what we expect as the ANC from the 24 appointed emerging contractors that are going to complete their training. And what is important that we need to also emphasize is that we all acknowledge that there's an issue of crime, the issue of theft and so forth, we recognize, but we must also acknowledge the role and the progress and the efforts by the department and by the South African Police Service. And we must remind honorable members, Honorable Klute especially, to say that there is something that we call community safety forums, whereby it's a forum that brings all the communities, your law enforcement, municipalities, civil society. And the advantage, it includes the strength, you strengthen the coordination, you enhance community participation, you improve information sharing and building the trust between the communities and the police. So it is not only the department, the responsibility of government, but for everyone. And the exercise or the forums by community safety is what we see, and the progress of the information sharing and building the partnership between the communities. That's what we see in what is a way in all the municipalities. And again, we must remind Honorable Klute that the provincial executive government has adopted in its cabinet what we call integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. That also emphasizes that it is not the responsibility of the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport and the South African Police Service to combat crime and theft in our society. But this strategy, it shifts from a reactive policing to a preventative approach. And then it gives different departments with their different responsibilities in terms of what they must report on quarterly on issues of combating crimes and issues of theft that are happening in our communities. But I must emphasize that what is important about this strategy is that it addresses the root causes of crime. It promotes interdepartmental coordination so that it is not only the Department of Community Safety, Roads and Transport that is doing crime intervention, and it focuses on early intervention and it strengthens the data-driven decision-making to say that with the resources that are available, where can they be largely be deployed to combat the crimes that are happening in our society. And what we can also emphasize is that
We all want safer communities, and we see the progress that the department is making, including the South African Police Service. And we are saying that there must be a continuation that through the NGOs that participate in crime prevention, that they must be involved and they must be actively be resourced, be given resources to be able to participate and to see that we realize the combating of crimes in our society. So, Honorable Speaker, this budget, it talks about the building of the infrastructure, and it develops the contractors and it strengthens the safety systems, and it promotes the coordination. And also, what is important is that the TRP, Township Revitalization Program, the MEC has stated the towns that they are going to focus. It is not the department's role that each and every town, that wherever there's a road that is a pothole, is a departmental responsibility. We have municipal roads, we have the S roads, and then we have national roads, and then we have the provincial roads. But the S roads and the provincial roads, they are responsibilities of a department. But a municipal road is a responsibility of a municipal road, and honorable members must raise, they must not tell us generally that there are potholes everywhere. They must tell us which road has a pothole where, and so that it must be attended if it's a provincial road, because it does not assist to stand up on the podium and say that there are potholes everywhere. But when there are around 12 roads that have been resurfaced and then resealed and then rehabilitated, so give the department a road. I'm sure the MEC will be very happy with his team to ensure that they close the potholes. So, no, Haneketa R711, the road from Forestburg to Clarence, it is being repaired, and the MEC has just stated in the budget. That is what I've passed by. It creates so without not getting to a debate with other members, it creates opportunities. This budget, it improves roads, it enhances the safety, it places the people at the center of which one?
Yes. Member Square, you are making a serious mistake, and you will be asking for my protection.
No, Chair, I just wanted to listen.
No, I'm not saying you are wasting your time. Continue with your debate.
Yeah, I think Honorable Dr. Jackerson is educated enough to understand that the PRMG budget versus the road network that we have in the Free State, it does not cover, including the Provincial Revenue Fund. If you are to measure it, it does not cover, including the reduction of the current 600 million of the equitable share. So you understand what we are saying. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member Fogo. Honourable Member, you know that it is not. Honourable Members, you know that it is not permissible even to insinuate that another member is lying. Honourable Member, I believe you know that I'm not stupid. And I'm raising this point on what I've heard. And I'm just asking you to refrain from making such utterances.
Motsamaiso wa dipuisano bahlomphehi bohle ba kwano ba ketsa molao ya Freistata. Ke dumedisa barena ba teng ka re sebaka le ditumelo tsohle tse fapaneng. Haholoholo ke ise hlompho bahai ba Freistata be re kopaneng mona ka bona. Ke a le dumedisa bohle. Le baeti bohle ba tlileng kwano re etela ka re Freistata o tlo mamela tsena tse re di buang ka sheko le lona le amoeleile kwano ka re Freistata. Haholo ke ise hlompho mokgahlong wa ka wa MK Party ka ra Thabo Mfutsanyana. Ke a le dumedisa lona baetapele. Re a qala jwale re kena tshebetsong ya kasheko ya budget ena e beuweng ka pela lona ya lefapha la tshireletso ditsela le dipalangwang. Re batla ho bua ka dintlha tse latelang. Sebui se qetang ho bua hana jwale e le Mohlomphehi Zama o buile ka ntlha tsa hore re bue ka ditsela tsena tse re buang ka tsona tse re di na le mekoti ka haro Freistata. Ya pele re bua ka R26. R26 is between Lady Brand le Tlokola. Mo ho nang le mathata teng a ditsela, di-pothole di ngata ebile maobane ka pela ka o bile le accident e hlayang ka pela sekoti seo se ka ratseng. Ke tsona ditsela tse ding tse leng hore ha di shejwe haholo ke lefapha lena la dipalangwang. E re shebe mane ha re kena ka ra Bloemfontein mane tsela e kgaolang Bloemfontein e yang Diversdorp Road e lokiswa ke Yellow Fleet, but re na le budget. E lokiswa ke Yellow Fleet ka mobu o mokgubedu, ba tshela mobu o mokgubedu, ke tsela tsa bona. Ba itse re bue ka tsela tsa bona, ke tlo bua ka tsela tsa bona na jwale. Tsela ya province ke tsela ya Diversdorp yeo e kwalwang ka mobu o mosehla. Re bue ka tsela yane e yang Old Tabanchu Road, ebile e nkuwe ke baruti tsela yeo, empa re na le budget ya lefapha. Baruti ebile ba ikwalla tsela yeo, di-potholes tse moo ba di kwala ka bobona. Ha hona thuso ho tswa ho lefapha la dipalangwang. Ke bue ka tsela ya Tweespruit. Tsela yane ya Tweespruit ha o e sheba ha esale ho patalwa mosebetsi yana sebetsa moo ho kwala mekoti eo ya moo a lokise tsela eo kaofela, empa ha hona letho dololo, ha hona letho le etsaetseng moo. Mare motho o patetse tjhelete ya hae kaofela. Re batlile motho e mong hape a tlo lokisa tsela eo, e leng lona lefapha lena, e seng rona. Fapha lena la batla motho ya lo lokisa tsela eo ka tjhelete e nngwe hape. Tjhelete tsena tse ba di beileng tsa ditekatekanyetso tsena tse ba di beileng ka pela ho lona ka shekole ke tjhelete e tlo etsa mosebetsi for 12 years. Ha o kopanya ha o entse maths e tlo etsa 12 years. Re tlo ema 12 years hore tsela tsena kaofela tse ba di badileng ho fihlella be di lokiswa kaofela ha tsona. Jwale ke tsona dintlha tse leng hore di ka sehloohong tseo. E re ke tloe mo dintlheng ya tsa ditsela ke nthong ena ya rona e re bitsang ka hore ke tshireletso ya setjhaba. Tshireletso ya setjhaba ke bua le wena General Sia hore re a amohela Mohlomphehi. Ke sebeditse le wena nako e telele, ho na le mathata mane setjhabeng. Sena se re buang ka sona hore e hlile se hloka tshireletso. Tjhaba sa rona se hloka tshireletso haholo batswading ba rona ho ba sa ba ikholetse ha bana tshireletso e hantle. Jwale a ko re thuse mono ntate ka taba tsena tsa tshireletso. Ke a leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi.
Thank you. Honourable Member van Vuren.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, officials, General Lesia, congratulations on your appointment as Provincial Commissioner, traditional leaders and residents of Malutia Pufung. There is a well-known saying by the American President John F. Kennedy that says, American roads are not good because America is rich. America is rich because American roads are good. The same principle applies here in the Free State. The province does not grow because it is lucky. A province grows because it invests in the foundation of economic activity. Roads are one of those foundations. Across this province, roads have deteriorated to the point where residents now drive in fear. Businesses reroute at cost and essential services are delayed. That is the reality of the Free State in 2026. Honourable Speaker, the Free State should be one of the strongest economic corridors in South Africa. We sit at the centre of the country. We are the province through which freight, agriculture, tourism and trade should move efficiently. Instead of becoming a gateway of opportunity, the Free State has become known as the province of potholes. As just said. Roads that should have been maintained years ago are now crumbling, with storm damage often left unattended and communities cut off after heavy rain. Former President Nelson Mandela once said that freedom is meaningless if people cannot put food in their stomachs. In the Free State, poor roads make that struggle even harder. Farmers struggle to get produce to market, while businesses and commuters facing rising transport and repair costs. The ANC often speaks about economic growth, job creation and investment, but roads are the very thing that makes all of this possible, and the MEC also alluded to that. No investor will come to the province where infrastructure is collapsing. No tourist destination can thrive if visitors are frightened away by dangerous roads. No local economy can succeed if people cannot travel safely and efficiently. Honourable Speaker, when we debated the economic development and tourism, we highlighted that the Free State has immense potential, and we've mentioned Golden Gate, Gariep Dam, etc. But tourism depends on access. Nobody wants to spend thousands of rands on a holiday only to destroy their vehicle before reaching their destination. The same applies to agriculture. The Free State is one of South Africa's most important agricultural provinces. But roads in many farming areas are in shocking conditions. After heavy rains, many roads become impassable. Farmers are then left with no choice but to use longer and more expensive routes. The result is that cost of food increases, transport costs increase, and the entire provincial economy suffers. Honourable Speaker, former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher once said, "No one would remember the Good Samaritan if he only had good intentions. He had money as well." The ANC has had good intentions for many years. At least that was what they told us. Every year they announce plans, interventions and strategies that rarely translated into results. But intentions do not fix potholes. Speeches, as was delivered by the MEC, do not rebuild roads. Press releases do not repair bridges. Only competent government can do that. The reality is that roads such as Warden-Vrede, routes around Viljoenskroon, Parys, Bothaville, Wepener, Zastron, and the list goes on, and many rural roads across the province remains dangerous and neglected. Communities in places like Botshabelo, Tabanswa, Kwakwa, and many smaller towns are tired of hearing excuses. They want visible progress. They want roads that are safe. They want a government that understands urgency. Honourable Speaker, during the recent economic debate and today again, Honourable Sigwebela proudly listed a number of roads that can now supposedly be driven, 6 of them apparently. But what he did not say is perhaps more important than what he did say. How many months were the project delayed by, these specific roads? How many contractors were involved before the roadworks were completed? By how much did the project exceed its original budget? The truth is that many of these projects have been plagued by delays, failed contractor appointments, and re-advertised tenders, like the Kroonstad-Steynsrus Road. Very few of these roads have been completed on time. Many have not even been completed by the original contractor. Instead, we see a pattern. Contracts are awarded, contractors fail, projects stall, tenders are re-advertised, and communities are left waiting for months. That's the pattern. Farmers suffer, local businesses suffer, and residents suffer. And while ANC-run government sorts out its internal failures, the people of the Free State carry the cost. What is even more concerning is that the quality and capability of some of the contractors that are appointed. We are seeing instances where companies without the necessary expertise are awarded major infrastructure projects. There are even allegations that companies with completely unrelated backgrounds are appointed, only to subcontract the actual work to others. By the time competent companies eventually step in to complete the work, the project is already delayed, over budget and compromised in quality. This is not development. This is dysfunction. This is what happens when procurement is driven by cadre instead of competence. And it is the people of the Free State who pay the price. Honourable Speaker, there is a growing perception among residents that this department has become one of the easiest places for public funds to be siphoned away through questionable contract appointments. The cycle does not only reflect incompetence, it creates opportunities for money to flow out of the system without delivering real infrastructure. If the ANC is serious about restoring trust, then it must prove that roads are built for the people, not used as a pipeline for patronage and enrichment. Until that happens, the people of the Free State will continue to believe that this department serves political interests before public needs. Honourable Sefuba just said that part of the theme, I'm not sure if it's part of the Free State theme or the ANC theme, is freedom and the rule of law. But as we sit here, there are two senior members of the ANC, of which one is not here, that's been implicated in a roads corruption scandal. These very same people that say that will produce and they are noble and they will deliver to the people, they are implicated in these scandals where they received money and goods for contracts. Just keep that in the back of your head. Honourable Speaker, the consequences of these failures are not only visible in incomplete projects or collapsing roads today. They have accumulated over many years. Because of repeated contractor failure, corruption delays and poor planning, this department is now sitting with a massive backlog of road maintenance and repairs. Freedom and the rule of law, that's hypocritical if you say that and try to deliver something that doesn't work, or there's corruption. The backlog continues to grow faster than it is being addressed. The reality is that the current budget, no matter how it is presented, will never be sufficient to catch up if the same mistakes continue to be made. The MEC must perhaps say how many years and how much money will it need just to catch up on the backlog. And then we're not going to talk about the legal actions that's being taken against this department. Unless there is a fundamental shift in how this department plans, procures and manages infrastructure, the Free State will remain trapped in a cycle of decay, where roads deteriorate faster than they are repaired. And once again, it is the people, especially those in rural and poorer communities, who are left behind. We also need to compare ourselves honestly with provinces where infrastructure is managed more effectively. In the Western Cape province, roads are generally maintained before they are completely deteriorated. There is better planning, better oversight and faster intervention. And the ANC will quickly stand up and say, look at Khayelitsha, what's happening there? Let me tell you what's happening there. In the city of Cape Town, where the Democratic Alliance governs, they will spend more on infrastructure in this budget cycle than Johannesburg and Durban combined. What is even more important is that more than 2 billion rand of that budget is specifically allocated to poorer communities. It doesn't happen in the Free State, I promise you. They say it, it looks good, it sounds good, it doesn't happen in the Free State. Where infrastructure is needed the most to unlock opportunities and dignity, that is where the DA spends money. That is the difference that priorities, discipline and accountable governance can make. The difference is not only about budget. The difference is about political will. A government that cares about delivery ensures that every rand is spent effectively. A government that cares about residents, monitor contracts, and takes action when work is substandard. A government that cares about the economy understands that roads are not an expense, they are an investment. Unfortunately, the ANC government in the Free State sees roads as another opportunity for tender, patronage and waste. They get rich out of this. The Auditor General continues to report concerns around irregular expenditure, poor oversight, weak controls, and the failure to act against those responsible for financial mismanagement. If there's a decision taken, nothing happens to those people if it's a poor decision. Honourable Speaker, 2026 is an election year. In the months ahead, ANC leaders will once again travel across the province making promises. They will tell people that roads will be repaired, as we just heard. They will tell people that jobs are coming, as we just heard. They will tell people that service delivery is improving. But residents must ask themselves a simple question. If the ANC could not deliver over the past 30 years, why should anyone believe they will deliver now? And they will now stand up and say, it's not 30, it's 300 years of oppression. Take responsibility. They will never stand up here and say, we made a mistake, we failed the people of the Free State. How many more elections must come and go while the same roads remain broken? How many more tenders must be awarded without results? How many more accidents must happen before the government acts? Former President Thabo Mbeki once said that the challenge of the second decade of freedom is to ensure that no South African feels excluded from the benefits of democracy. Yet in the Free State, many communities do feel excluded. They are excluded by poor infrastructure. They are excluded by deteriorating roads. They are excluded by a government that only appears in communities during election campaigns. The Democratic Alliance believes there is another way. We believe in preventative maintenance, blacklisting non-performing contractors, prioritizing roads near schools and clinics, supporting agricultural roads, and enforcing clean deadlines with public reporting. Most importantly, we believe that government should be held accountable. Honourable Speaker, roads are not simply about vehicles moving from one place to another. In the next election, voters will have an opportunity to send a clear message. A message that are tired of potholes. A message that they are tired of incompetence. A message that they are tired of being told to wait. The Democratic Alliance stands ready to offer a government that plans properly, spends responsibly, and delivers infrastructure, creates opportunity. As the Chinese philosopher Confucius said, the man who moves a mountain begins by carrying away small stones. To rebuild the Free State will start with honest leadership, accountable government, and the political will to put the residents first. I thank you.
Honourable Member Chabalala.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the EFF, Mohlomphehi Ntate Lesia, positioning ya hao eo e kgethetsweng, ra tseba lefapha la hao a se no-go area, re a leboha ka wena ntate. Bahlomphehi marena aka a hlomphehileng a motse wa heso wa Qwaqwa, setjhaba sa heso sa Maluti a Phofung, re le mokgatlo wa EFF, re re kgotsong. In order to determine whether this budget should be supported, we need to look at the previous performance of the department. Annual report 2024-2025 shows a bleak picture. This is not a department that is succeeding. It is a department that is managing failure and calling it a progress. Speaker, are the major roads projects still ongoing? Are they completed? will they be rolling over again into this financial year? Ka nnete re dula re swabile ka dinako tsohle. Ke ntse ke mametse le ha MEC a bua ka di road cameras. Ke ipotsa ka thata hore na ebe rona mo ha hona mang kapa mang a bonang hore re phela ka hara speed free zone na. Re se re tlwaetse pina ya tshwene, re dula re thetswa. Re bua ka di project tse tshwanang le Henneman Kronstadt Virginia, Senegal Lentley, Tweespreit, Excelsior Copy, Sasolbeck, Zastron, Sterkspreit, ho kenyeleditse le Kestel Ritz Road. Ena e le mangope ha o tsamaya ka tsela eo o dula o utlwe bohloko haholo. Ha o le motho a sa tsebeng ha o tla le mane hole o ka ba wa nana mohlomong ho tsamaya dikoloi tsa lenyalo. Hobane o tla bona di ntse di tsamaya jwalo ka noa di meneka ka hara tsela. Ka lebaka la tsela eo ke sefi e se bolaile batho ba bangata ka nako e telele empa ke ipotsa hore na lefapha ha le bone na kapa ho tlamehile ho be le ditopo tse fetang tseo. Tabeng ena ya ditsela, taba ya ditsela e bohloko ka ho fetisisa. Ho hlotse le ditsela tse ka hara metse, ditsela tse yang mabitleng, ho hlola le masepala ka hare ho Qwaqwa re na le dibaka tse nang le kwari tse ngata. O ka ya masepaleng wa lo kopa fela hore a ke le re tshelleng kwari re le setjhaba re tla ikalla ho a hlola jwale e betse tse batlang tjhelete e ngata ha ka bana beso le re le tla di maintaina ka ngobane ha e fihla e ya pokothong ya motse ya pokothong ya motho ho a jowa ho itlhakolwa melong. Ke rata ho congratulate former Speaker and Councillor wa Maluti a Phofung wa nako e fetileng mme Malowa Teddy. Re ile ra bona mohlolo ka hare ho motse wa Namahadi. Motse wa Namahadi o hlwekile. Morene moholo re lebuile o dula ka hara motse wa Makgethe. Mme o ile a bontsha boetapele. Ya ba ke Namahadi fela entle ka hare ho masepala wa Maluti a Phofung ha o tloa tabeng ya ditsela. Ditsela tsona ke dibodu. Tsamaya o ye motseng wa Hastunya Ward 19 o lo sheba paved road. Ke sebodu ke mathata. Ho matha metsi ka hare ho ditsela. There is no maintenance. Ha hona ntho e ka lokang e sena maintenance. This department understands millions of road infrastructure. So the reality is roads are not finished. Money is not fully spent. And communities are still driving on damaged infrastructure. This is not a funding problem. It is a failure to implement. Hanso o tsamaya jalo o di sheba ditsela tsena tse ka hare ho metse. Tsamaya o ye mane Ward 16 15 ka mane ka tsela e thewelang bridging ba Sekoto. E ya o lo iponela mahlomola. Ke hopola ka selemo sane sa ho feta ke le ka e bua ho MEC ke mo botsa hore na ebe tsela ye o tla e tla fela neng ke o ile a ntshepisa a re ka June ha ke bua le lona tjena ka nnete June ke ena re kokota ho yona. Me project eo mosebetsi ha o tswelle pele ho thutse ho itse tu ho ithewela fela batho ba stop and go. Tsela eo ke selagheistere e kotsi haholo ha o bua ka taba ya ditsela ba etapele ha ke re tsamayeng re ye ho tsona re se ke ra bua fela re soka ba re di bona re bone maemo a setjhaba sa Qwaqwa se phelang ho ona. Reality is that infrastructure is aging. Flooding and potholes remain recurring problems. So what exactly is being solved or has been solved by the department? Because if the problem remains the same every year, then the programs are clearly not working. The public transport system is still fragmented and not integrated. There is no fully functional integrated transport system. Commuters are still relying on a system that is uncoordinated, inefficient and expensive. Kanete ho thata maphelo a batho ba bo rona ha utlwa lefapeng lena la transport, it's a mess. Batho ba ya bolawa re se re tseba hore ka nnete sethunya se sa mosebetsi ho bolaya batho ka hare ho lefapha. Ha o kena ka hare ho motse wa Qwaqwa toropong ya rona e rileng ra thaba ha e ba ntle ha ona moo ho senang taxi rank teng ke mathata ho a tshabela. Speaker, as per annual report, the department spent 95.4% of its budget. But at the same time, it underspent massively on infrastructure, it overspent on administration, and it failed to meet key targets. This proves a critical point. Spending money is not the same as delivering the results. Even the so-called success must be questioned. Yes, some roads were completed, but many more are still incomplete. Buses are operating, but the system is still not integrated. Crime awareness campaigns are happening, but communities still feel unsafe. So re se re thabetse boteng ba hao ntate Lucia hobane ka nnete wa bonwa ntate wa keneha re a kgona hore re be pela hao re ise dillo tsa setjhaba. This department has a pattern of partial delivery. Re etsuwa botsuenyana robala tse ding di robetse. This department is trapped in a cycle: plans delay, underspent, rollover projects, and they repeat this every year. And every year the same problems appears again: broken roads, weak enforcement, fragmented transport, and slow implementation. Re le mokgatlo wa EFF ka nnete re hloleha ho amohela, Speaker, ho amohela incomplete projects being treated as progress, underspending being treated as efficiency, missed targets being treated as success, planning being treated as delivery. What we require from our EFF, completion of existing roads projects before new ones are announced. Full utilization of infrastructure budgets, consequences for departments that fail to meet targets. Motaka itjarele sefapano sa hae ka mahetla a hae. A kore a thole moputso wa seo a ntseng a se etsa ho so ho feitsu haholo. For this reason, the EFF rejects vote 10. Rejects the adoption of this appropriation bill. Ra itebohela, Speaker.
Honorable Mokoena.
Motsamaiso wa dipuisano ya hlomphehang tonakgolo ya Freistata bosikong ba yona ditho tse hlomphehang tsa ntlake tsa molao ka letsong la ka le letona le letshehadi dumelang mara ke rata go nka baka sena ke dumedise baahi ba Freistata hohle mo ba mametseng ba le teng haholoholo baahi ba mona Qwaqwa Maluti a Phofung. Motsamaiso wa mosebetsi e re le nna ke hatiselletse hodima mantswe a lebohisang ntate Lesia ka mosebetsi wa hae. Re re ntate ge le Democratic Alliance re tshehetsa ho kgethwa ha hao, mme re lakatsa eka wena le basebetsi mmoho le wena le ka ka la fuwa matlanyana a mangata a ka theothewe hodimo mane gobane kutlwisiso ya rona re le Democratic Alliance gore if matla ka devolvuwa hanyana a tla setjhabeng haufinyana diketo tsa nkelwa haufinyane mona mohlomong diketsahalo tsa mane matlanka di ka fokotseha because ha o sheba coordination e hodimo mane mathela hohle mohlomong ka ra fokotsa coordination re ka tla matatla se mona re tla kgona di gama ntho tse motsamaiso wa dipuisano ka jeno re buisana ka lefapha lena la polokego le setšhaba polokego ya setšhaba mebila le dipalangwang. Potso ke ena e ka sehloohong eo motho o ipotsang yona ke hore na baahi ba Maluti a Phofung le baahi ba Freistata ka kakaretso na ba ikutlwa ba bolokehile malapeng le ditseleng le mesebetsing moo ba phelang teng? Potso e latelang eno e tlo ba ena e reng, na ebe sepolesa sa Freistata mona se na le disebediswa le basebeletsi ba lekaneng ho lwantshwana le botlokotsebe? Na palo ya bomme le bontate ba aparang uniformo e blue e lekane ho mekamekana le bothatahadi bona ba crime mo Freistata?
Bomme le bontate.
Ke ae.
Bomme le bontate, re le memme mona hore le tle le be karolo, empa ha le a tlameha ho participate debating ena ka seo ntse le se etsa. Ha ke na determine hore o tla addressa batho jwang, empa bona ba tlameha ho respond.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Dipotsong tsena tse ke di botsitseng kaofela bomme le bontate, karabo ke hore setjhaba sa bolokeha. Ya bobedi ke hore disebediswa sepoleseng ha di a lekana. Ya boraro ke hore bomme le bontate ba aparang uniform e blue ba shota. Bopaki re bo bone mane Intabazwe ka morago ba police station e kwalwe mono, ka morago wa setjhaba se ipelaetsa. Ha o botswa potso gore na e kwalletsweng o to no ile a kwala hobane basebeletsi e le mapolisa a haella mme ba neng ba le mono maphelo a bona na ba tsietsing. Now re etsa boipiletso ho lefapha lena le katang ho bua mona hore ha re ke reng ke bokamoso ba setjhaba sa bo rona haholoholo polokeo ya sona re be ka pele molemong wa hore batho ba bo rona ba tsebe ho bolokela. E nngwe motho a batlang ho bua ka yona motsamaiso wa dipuisano ke hore re tshwanetse re tshwele ka mathe tlhekefetso ya bomme le bana, mme re fumane ho tswa ho bona lived experiences hore di-centereng tsena tseo letona le buileng ka tsona na ho fela ho ba jwalo na ebe batho ba bo rona ka sheno ba ikutlwa ba le sebete ho tswela ka ntle ba lo tlaleha ditlhekefetso tse ka malapeng, hobane ke bomme ba bakae ba ketellang ba bolauwe empa ba ntse ba tshwere di-protection orders. Re batla hore re ho sepolesa sa bo rona a ke re meng ka maoto re bolokeng setjhaba sena. Mo ho etswang hantle re ba pele ho opa matsoho. Re opa matsoho re le setjhaba sa Qwaqwa mona hobane ho utlwahala hore ho na le tjhelete e betsweng ka thoko hore ho tlo ho lefuwe motho ya ka fanang ka tlhahiso leseding mabapi le polao ya ntate Moshe Lefuma le mme wa hae. Re a kopa batho ba nang le lesedi ba mpe ba tle ba fe bontate Lesia mona tlhahiso leseding eno hore batho ba ketso eno e soto ba tsebe hore ba emo ba tshwantseng ho ya teng. Ge ntse re bua ka yona taba eno re etsa boipiletso hape hore no ho tlameile hore batho ba fanang ka lesedi ba o tsebe hore ba tla bolokeha ka mora moo, hobane ho na le batho ba shwang ha ba keta ho fana ka lesedi, mme re kopa hore ba bolokehe. Motsamaiso wa dipuisano, ke mametse hantle mona ha letona le hlalosa hantle mona hore ka 2023 kwa mona ho labellwa ka thoko dikilometara tse 61.4 tsa tsela go di tlo lokiswa, mme ho sebeditswe tjhelete ka 263 million rands tseleng tseo. Lived experiences mona mo re phelang teng gore tsela tseo ha di tsofelele ka sheng. That is why this department e qeteletseng e fana ka 75 million hape hodima tsela eo. E hatella hodima se ka tang ho bua ke monga difanfirene mona hore ho fuwa tjhelete tsela ha di fele, ho dula ho tshelwa tjhelete tsela ha di fele. Potso ke hore ke mehato efeng e nkwang ke lefapha, ke lebeletse hore ba tla ba ema ka moraka ba arabele hore ke mehato efeng e nkwang ke lefapha hore motho a fuwe mosebetsi a sa o phethahatsa empa a patetswe ke eng e etswang hore motho eo a utlwe bohloko le yena jwalo ka rona ba utlwa bohloko ha re tsamaya ditseleng tse diretse, koloi tsa rona di senyeha, kgwebo tsa rona di putlama. Ke a qetela. that have 6 key focus points or areas don't deliver. Rhetorics in meetings don't deliver. Honorable Speaker, we are making a clarion call to this department to say all we want is action. We want to see roads repaired and completed on time and in budget. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mokoena.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano ditho tsa ntlo ya ketsamolao ya kwano Freistata Maranaka ke boka dikgomo ke dumedise le baetapele go tswa mafapheng a mmuso ke dumedise le baetapele go tswa go tsena tsa sepolesa. Tate Commissioner, ka lebitso ke sa ke Mokoena ke a ba moela kwano Freistata mosebetsing wa bo motjha. Mme ke kopa hore ha re tswa fela ka ntle ka mona o eme ka buka tsa hao le maponisa hao bontate bana ba bulenyewe ya manyofonyofane ba buang ka mona, so that ha ba bua mashano ba ska hlola ba pheta ba ahlamisa melomo ya bona. We are tired of people who claim corruption. You are here so that they must open cases of crimes committed and arrest criminals. No fear, no favor. Leaders must not come and claim things that are not there. When there's a crime, don't wait for the debate. Go to the police station. And I will tell you what President Ramaphosa did. He appointed the Matlanga Commission. It was not appointed by any of these parties. It was the president of the ANC, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Out of Matlanga, people are arrested.
Member Mokoena.
People are accountable.
Madam Mokoena, may you take your seat.
Oh, so Ilumaga Pilichi. Okay.
Honour Member.
You want me to sit next to you?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I just want to ask the Honourable Member a question, and that is, given the fact that more than one opposition party has laid charges against the Premier, why is she being protected? Why isn't she being prosecuted? Why is that case not coming to court? Is it because of a relationship with someone in the NPA? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Police Commissioner, here's another case. Arrest people. And even those who lie, they must make the same statements outside, not abuse the protection of the house. Here are the shenanigans of some of our friends here. There's a contractor there in Road R701 or 702. This man is not doing his job. He's not finishing the work assigned. The Premier of the province and the department terminates him. They demanded consequence. Premier terminates and fires this contractor from site. When he leaves, he raises allegations on the WhatsApp. Now, based on the allegations on the WhatsApp, our friend says she must be arrested. Now, we are saying, Police Commissioner, go and investigate, including us, the honorable member here, to give you evidence, not a rumor of a friend that has gone to them and they thought that there's a juicy story. There's none. What we are clear about that road, he is fired, he is removed, the road is being built. There's a company there that is currently working as we speak, and that company is Taupile to repair the roads. Clear action of government. Not rhetoric, not any other story, not therefore I thought the matter is. Don't generate stories with your friends on WhatsApp, and you will want us to run after them as if they are legitimate claims. We have got a problem of an organization that is called the DA that is refusing to accept change in this country. Yesterday, when Bloemfontein to celebrate Freedom Day, how many of you were there? The former wife of de Klerk was there. You were not there. Because to you, Democratic Alliance, any government that is not led by your own people, it is not a competent government. Anything that happens is a corrupt government. Anything that is done by a black person in government, it is wrong. And I'm going to tell you the history where it comes from. If you change your lives and have money or become richer, if you are a black person, you could only do so because you are either dealing in drugs or diamonds or a criminal. That mentality still continues today. When a black person changes his life, in the DA's eyes, you must be either a tsotsi or a criminal. That is the racist undertones of this party. This party will never be able to accept any issue that is correct about any government that is not white.
Honourable Member, sir. Honourable members, the raising of questions when a member is participating in a debate actually affects the flow of the debate, and I think we need to resist, because parties are given an opportunity to make their presentation, and but I'll give you just to hear what that is. What is the?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is not a question, it's indeed a point of order, and it's on the basis that the Honourable Member is being extremely racist, and in addition to that, he is misleading not only this House but also the public present here today. The allegations that he is making is completely, it's not the truth, and it's also not acceptable. Thank you.
Specifically, direct me to the point that you're raising.
He is calling us racist, and he specifically said that we regard any black person who is in government as being corrupt, and that is absolutely not the case. Thank you.
Our members, I'll go and look at that and come back with a ruling.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth raw and naked as it is. And palatable as it may be, we've got to say so. Because every time we stand here, we don't hear opposition that says, ANC government, you have made a mistake here and here and here, but here you have corrected. They will never acknowledge the good things that we do. The MEC, when he was presenting the budget, he spoke about the work being done in relation to stock theft and the progress in the farming communities. They could not behave. They ended up clapping their hands. But when they come to the podium, they forget to acknowledge that MEC, here you are doing what is right. We don't like this, but here you are doing what is right. It is difficult for them to say it with their mouth that we are doing what is right. In this area, you will always be told about the Western Cape, and I wish to call on the white communities in this Free State. The party that we voted for has got their hearts in the Western Cape, not in the Free State. Please make a better choice. Choose the parties whose heart is in this province so that we can get it right. If you don't do so, we will forever be told about another country called the Western Cape. I said last Thursday in Bethlehem that we are not being told about women who crosses the street, ba lo ithusetsa di toileteng tse in strateng kwa go thwe ke matlwana Wanakwa, Western Cape. We are not being told about the crime that has forced President Ramaphosa to send soldiers to deal with the problems of crime in the Western Cape, particularly in the colored and black communities. Because the politics and the approach of this party is to preserve the interest of the white minority. It has got nothing to do with our people. Now, let me tell you what the ANC is doing. On that damage you caused for more than 300 years in destroying our communities and our people. In this area of Madutia Pofu, that your predecessors condemned our people to, we've begun to change their lives. Yes, there are problems, challenges, mistakes were committed, bad things have happened. This government has never sought to hide those things. We took a bold decision, we are correcting. On the conditions of the roads you are talking about, government has invested $500,000 to deal with the major roads in Kwakwa. Go and check those roads. He comes to Mbadul and say, we are putting another 70 million to make sure that you complete that particular project. Some of the roads you can never finish in 1 year because they are multi-year projects. With the traffic of trucks we see on our roads and unprecedented rains, you are bound to find potholes. Let me repeat, with unprecedented rains and the truckloads we see on our roads, we are bound to find potholes. Is the department not setting money aside for maintenance? It is. The R26 that we are talking about, when this administration started, it is today, and I maintain, we are working together with Sandra. We said so in the last financial year. Maybe we're supposed to sing it again, but for your understanding, we will sing and sing and sing it again. The rural roads that the MEC has spoken about, it is all important agricultural roads, including the ones that are linking us with the Northwest. The MEC has spoken about that, he's spoken about the Senegal, Rosendal, Lentley Road. Those who travel the Free State will know the condition of that road, how bad it is. The MEC has spoken about the township revitalization roads, including what is doing here and in Harrismith. The Habisids, Adukwi next. You see the problem with ACT, my honorable MEC. They will never hear nor tell the truth. Part of the most painful things in this province, it is a state capture that was led by their leader. So what puzzles me is that you stand here and accuse us about things that were done by Magesh himself. ANC motivates. It is his mess, we're cleaning it. So don't come here and stand as if you are innocent. You are a representative of a party that sought to break government. And we are rebuilding that government. They left it hard and destroyed. So is MKP. Those are organizations sabototi. I don't want to talk about leaders appearing in court. They are appearing in court because today Richamazo asbestos. Who dealt with that? Who destroyed the country? They must never come here and speak as if no, they are right. They destroyed this country. Today they come back and say, come and elect us. We can't be allowing shenanigans.
I'll go do the first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order for Honorable Mukwena to withdraw what he has said about my leader. And I just want to know, is it parliamentary to be talking about matters, of course, that are sub judice? And mohlomong jwale ka ntate Lisia le teng le ntate Mukwena tlameha le ena lo bula nyeo. Ebile ntse re batlana le dipaki wa tse kgatlhanong le asbestos. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ke ema mona ke batla ho bua taba tse latelang tse buang ke Mohlomphehi Mokoena. Ya pele ke matlhapa dintho tsa hore leader ya ka ina le hlooho tse pedi. Jwale ke batla ho tseba hore na ebe e teng ntho eo na a se di tlhapa ntho tseo tse jwalo ke matlhapa ntho e jwalo le ya hore ho thwe mokgatlo wa MKP ke mokgatlo wa ditsotsi tsotsi ke eng ke a leboha speaker.
Honourable Member Mokoena, body shaming is also not acceptable. Will you please withdraw that?
Speaker, I withdraw hlooho tse pedi.
And then withdraw the assertion ya hore ke party ya ditsotsi.
Speaker, I rephrase. Ke banyatsuwa ka pola makgotla a dinyewe mabapi le botsotsi le boshodu kgahlano le setjhaba.
No. I understand that, but withdraw the one o buileng ya
Speaker,
ditsotsi.
I withdraw.
Yes, and then you can make it. No, honourable members, you are not deciding here. I am. The member is withdrawing, but oebe agatsela ebe angatenye acceptable. Member, ke honourable member, that you are referring to matters and making judgment when the court has not found the member guilty. So you can withdraw that, and that would be taken care of by your earlier session that members are actually facing criminal charges.
Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you.
Speaker Rasaka se hlomphehang ba bopusi kapa bona ba NPA ba re bopaki bo matla kgahlano le bana banyatsuwa ka pla makgotla a dinyewe mabapi le botsotsi le utswa kgahlano le setjhaba. I hope that is acceptable.
Thank you.
Speaker.
That is acceptable. You may just sit down. I wonder why you've been disturbed this much. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member a question. I've been in this legislature quite some time, and we laid some of the charges that he's speaking about. But while I was here, those individuals that he's speaking about were in positions of authority. And some of these members, including himself when he was a councillor, were cheering those people. Why now has he got so much to say about it? These members here from the ANC were enablers in this. So why now the sudden change? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, there is a difference in raising a point of order and also participating in a debate in the manner in which members are doing. I would request the members to give the honourable member a chance to continue with the speech.
Thank you very much,
Save
Speaker.
if the member raises a point, you have a point of order on the issue that you think is not parliamentary, but others are not going to be entertained. Am I out of order? Okay. No, it's because I'm making a ruling and your hand is up. I don't know why you're doing that. Honourable Member, Datemkwe. Ha ke bua o dula fatshe. A ke so qetetse ke bua o eme. Okay. Ndade.
No, Speaker, my apology. I was not raising a point of order on you. I'm rising on a point of privilege contained in the standing rules of this legislature. This is not members raising questions and point of orders, but it is members who are disrupting the Speaker, and it is not allowed in terms of the rules. because they don't want to hear what the debater of the ANC say. I wish that Speaker will rule these things. Many have risen here without orders that are not contained in the rules. Thank you.
I don't know whether the honour member was listening to what I said earlier. I have made a ruling on the matter, and I've also further indicated that the only points of order that would be accepted will be those that refer to matters that are not parliamentary. But others, where members are actually abusing the platform, will not be tolerated. The member may continue.
I kept quiet when they spoke. Can they allow me to speak? We have got the problems and a history of organizations that are led by people with that character. Our land was stolen. Our freedoms were stolen. Our people were destroyed. We are rebuilding. We entered democracy. We built a democratic government. There was theft against our people. There was destruction of the state. All those parties find themselves on my left. We have got to tell the truth. As we rebuild, they come here and say, no, elect us because we are better. These ones are not doing anything. Let me tell you the truth they will never tell. Probably let me start with this one. A true opposition party shares the interest of the people they lead in that particular area. They will point to mistakes, they will fight wrong things, but they will never fail to tell the truth. These ones are not seeking that. They are saying, just like Pharaoh about mislead Abanaba Israel, Lasa Mudimu o Waluna, the Rapele Wagan Nafar. Having stolen, having destroyed, having done all of these kind of things, they refuse to acknowledge that they are sitting in the new hall built by the government of the African National Congress. They will never tell you that truth. They will never tell you the truth that we've got farmers today. We've got black contractors that are building the roads that Ndadembalu is speaking about, that are black, that were never given an opportunity. They will never tell you that Ndadembalu speaks about the contractor development, a number of them that is being brought into the space that is largely dominated by white males. They'll never tell you that. They will say Chaleteya Kwadipokoto and forget whose leaders are standing in court accused of crime and corruption. We know those things. Now you no longer see the Chalete Zamajala Turang, Kodishopunze, because the government of the ANC and Cyril Ramaphosa have closed their taps to show the Chalete the project. That is why Chabu can speak about work that is continuing. Before,
Honorable Member Mbalula,
the contractor that, yes, Speaker, the contractor that they're referring to, Kadi WhatsApp Premier, was given the work under their leadership. And there are many projects he never completed. When we deal with him, Habokola waits a story and then we must all jump. Like I said, Police Commissioner, please arrest the Tsotsi, including the Babua Mashano Siku. We are with you. We will never allow any form of crime to be committed against our people. But Baba, let's tell the truth about our history. You will be killed, the murderer will be given 2 or 3 years. Zamaya, always researcher, we lived in the townships, we know. Basari ne batatapiwa. Ono taken to it by the ile. Today you rape a woman, there's a mandatory sentence of 15 to 25 years. That came with the government of the ANC. You commit murder today, we send you to jail for many years because the life of a black person is important. That came under the government of the ANC. The roads in our townships that were battling to rebuild were completely untarred. We're tarring them, we're paving them today. That came under the government of the ANC. The problem of the police station in Harrismith in Tabaz, the department is going to open a new police station. That is under the government of the ANC. The repair, together with Sandral, of the major roads in Erasmith, that is going to be done by this department under the government of the ANC. The biggest problem here is people don't want to tell the truth because they must mislead our people through emotions. A true leader will tell the people the truth, whether they like it or not. The police budget and the support infrastructure comes from the National Department. How many police has this government employed? How many times have you seen Premier Lizwa Matai being on the scene of crime? How many times have you seen the MEC Mbalula as well as MEC El Sabi being in the farms along the border of Lesotho dealing with the issue of the stock theft? Those are the things we'll never tell our people, because through lies you must reverse democracy. What is under attack here? It is not the ANC, it is democracy. And half the time they come here to agitate. Some of them, they don't even know our language. They are able to speak our proper language, yet they live in an African country. We are expected that we must speak the Queen's language, with fluency. That is to say you are educated. True leaders who live amongst their people, they know their language. What is under attack is democracy that must be reversed so that the interest of the minority can be preserved. Any mistake, any problems will be exaggerated. Negative news after negative news will be channeled through our people so that they don't see nor hear what is good. We have been made to doubt yourself. Rome was never built in one day. Even apartheid was never built in one day. They got there in 1652. The National Party got into government in 1948. They took so many years to try to build white power. Yet they want to tell you, in an economy that they are rejecting change and transformation, that things must be done overnight. Show me any company that will have built 100-kilometer road in 1 year. Show me that, unless it's no type of a construction. Now, we must not be told lies. They did it in Sandinista and through the democratic government. Here in Malutiapofu, they tried to remove the ANC mayor. They are here, honorable members. They were on a WhatsApp message that one of their own recorded, but 50-50 Did the project 50-50? They were talking about taking projects of our people and share them amongst themselves. When we tell the truth, it will be difficult. Like I said, they come here, Babuahu. It was in a recorded message where they plotted to topple the ANC government because, unlike their friends they wanted to elect, who destroyed Malutiapofu, who are now rebuilding this municipality. I will tell you, together with their friends on MEP 16, Aretsa Oditia Malutiapofu, and I will repeat it next year. Retsolata di Tragata Maspala Kwaba Hotsimbabon. Basadilata, equipment, Maspala, and everything. We are rebuilding, they want to bring it back so that they can steal. We defeated them. So, Babaruna, wake up and don't be misled. It is all about attack on the state resources. Criminals are crying out loud about corruption and butsotsi, yet they are the ones who plot government at night. Some, if you don't give them government money or tenders, they will threaten to topple you. Where you are vulnerable, ask us what happened. I'm happy that Tumelo Tebe, the mayor, is here. The ANC emerged. That the Tebe, Lukisa Matata Atimona Sebeza Lentatem Barula Kaditsila. We are going to support and make sure that there are graders who Lukisa Ditsila Zamahaye Mokwako. And that will buy the government money, not the Abuchotsi. But what we ask of you, when government does the building, work with us, fight where there are wrong things, but protect democracy, particularly the ones that affirms a black person. They are asking you to do so. A life of a black person under the government of the ANC is completely changed. We've got mistakes and many problems. We still have got to fight for the economy that is in the hands of those who are refusing to make change. They will come here and blame us about so many things. Let me tell you what they will not tell you about. Why we've got so many difficulties. The attack on the economy, the imposition of the tariffs by Trump, their friend. Some of them, but America, white genocide. They lied about us. They lied about this country. because they wanted this government to be toppled like it is happening in Iran so that they can be in charge. It's only a government when they are in charge. They lied. Have you ever heard this party standing here and say, what AfriForum and others did to go to America, it's a lie, we don't agree with them. They will never tell you that. Because everything that is bad said by our people and our government, it must be true. Maranak, ake kwala kala bo bidimani kitse o lona le selitswile ba bang ba lona. O re a leboa today o re no ba le hlompha ba le tseba. Ne ba sa le tsebe. Ne ba tseba a bona ke ntsweng ke mmuso wa apartheid. They refused. That's why they pushed you into some corners of Kwakwa, including into Lesotho. Today, Bal recognized, and I'm very happy for democracy for doing that. But I would want them to be genuine and honest. That our traditional leaders are our kings and queens. They play an important role, including on matters of the economy, and that economy must be opened. Not symbolic gesture to say we recognize you. They must work and support the budget that seeks to make sure that we've got cars, that we've got security provided. They know that in this budget, these elements are there. That we cannot afford to have Baranarun. We need you to have cars and protection. We need you to drive cars that have got do them so that we are recognized. And when they see you, they must bow like they bow to their Queen Mother in England. They've never recognized you. So what we say to our people, we know the situation in the Free State. We know the problems in Kwakwa. We are with you. We are working with you. Do not be fooled. I can tell you, some of the leaders who lead lavish lifestyles, they will never tell you where they get their money from. Here's my part in short. The leader of the Democratic Alliance is a minister. Over and above the salary I patalangi government, DA imufa extra money. Close to 50,000 or 38,000. They will never tell you. But they will see a black man wearing a suit, they'll call him a criminal because wearing a new thing and being clean is criminality to them. Can they account why are they giving them more money when all of us are getting the same money? They will not tell you those things. If it was the ANC, they will say it's stolen money. That's the first hypocrisy. Well, and but what we ask of them, don't take our people for fools. Do not lie to our people, including Speaker with the Secretary. Matata, this country, South Africa, is involved primarily because of that. So if they are so good and gracious, can they stand before the courts and account? Can they allow Shabir Shaikh to come and witness?
Thank you, Speaker. Mtsamaisi wa dipuisano ke nagana ke nako jwale administration yena bosupa hore re tsebe our position and how to debate. Nice political speeches, and we fail to tell our people what
is your point?
The point here,
you are not debating, you had your chance. Why
the point here, Speaker, kitaba ya ena anza ibua eksabatlingo ibua o correct ntwe Speaker e ka tlhompo e kholo mosebetsi ko ha o Speaker. That's why re ubitsang hore motsamaisi wa dipuisano intse phetwa hangata and ha ona motho a reng letho ka mantswe a mang. We are not defended here. We are not. Thank you, Speaker.
Ndade Mkwena ako nthuse le nna ha ke na iphapanya se ke se boneng empa ke tsebe o bolela eng ha o etsa sign eno ka letsoho jwale a ke khone o rula ke sa tsebe hore sign o etsang ka letsoho e bolelang save o imply hore e related le e qetileng ka re wena a ko o tswe ho yona o apologize obane selelekela sa o pele o etsa sign eno o re ke o kgalemetse o ska ba re hlotse pedi e bo sebedisa sign eno jwale ke kopa o go nthuse ke utlwisise o re o bolela eng ka sign eo he
Speaker, ne ke re hloya ka o shebile mo a re na le skotinyana speaker.
Ntate Mkwe ko boleletse ka re body shaming a re a e dumella la o ka etsa ka di sign wa etsa eng a go withdraw ya ke tsebe sign withdraw
Let
jwa
me withdraw, Speaker.
thank you
Ubima hore o mamelwe ka nako e nngwe. As I conclude, Speaker, Honorable Jenkinson, we are one of those who refuse that swimming pool is a fire pool. That's why I'm standing here. We are one of those who refuse that swimming pool is a fire pool. We represent renewal. We represent change. And we are not going to fail in that mission. When we took part in the struggle, we knew that it will be difficult to defeat the enemy, but it will be more difficult to build a new dispensation. We've got a lot of legacy of your ancestors that we must roll back. Part of that will include fighting those who might be your new friends today, thinking that will topple the African National Congress. We shall not retreat, we shall not surrender. Thank you very much.
The Honorable MEC may now respond.
Ere ke leboe motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke leboe MEC Zanele Honorable Zama Sikwebela le MEC Mokoena ka diphehiso tsa bona bekeng e fitileng ke ne ke sa le tabeng ya hore Democratic Alliance, because they've got their own truth, and there is the truth, and will stay on the side of the truth. The Democratic Alliance have been metaphoricizing itself to try to make itself relevant to the black population. Moetapele wa bona a tswang ho kgetha haufinyane mo o la ya potlakile staging a re bontsha tosa le madinyana yona ka ho feta e mong wa ba kgethuwa eo e leng motho e motsho o se mo feletso staging man. Now, that's the hypocrisy of the Democratic Alliance. Last week, the leader in this house, the Honorable Jenkinson, says to us, it is only the Democratic Alliance that has got the capacity, ability to can implement what is in the Freedom Charter. O tla etsa jwang kapa ba tla etsa jwang thweno hobane Freedom Charter le hore batho ba batsho ba matlafatse kapa ba fuwa matla ke ntho e le nngwe. Batho bana ba hanana le broad based economic empowerment ba hanana le ibile ba dumela ona tje tate Mokoena wa dumela honorable member ka mo. Now the tendency always is that re comparison le Western Cape a ke tle ho tsena tsa ditsela nke ke bontshe hore ke be ra ba compared le Western Cape. They are responsible for only between 15 and 16,000 kilometers of roads. We are responsible for anything between 20,000 and 22,000 stretches of kilometers in the Free State. There is no comparison there at all. It can't be. Jwale wa bona hona le diphofotswana tse ding kapa le dikokwanyana Dikokwanyana ke tse mohlala ka notshi kapa le ka seboko. Seboko pele se ka phethahala hore se bonale ke seboko. Se kena processing ye ya metamorphosis. Fihlela re se bona hore ke seboko. Now, batho bana, they've been trying very hard to be something they can never be able to achieve. We know them that they are an offshoot of the Nationalist Party that forever represented the aspirations, the interest of the ruling bloc only. Ha ke bua ka ruling bloc, ke bua ka bana ba tshwereng methi bana, ha ke bua ka batho ba mmuso. Batho bana ke ntho tse ba di emetseng tseo. Honorable Mkhabela, unfortunately, you yourself are going to have a tough time in this house, including the Honorable Foko. You are going to have a tough time. History does not have blank pages. Your leaders have set an example that can be followed by any proper thinking person. If we can stand here and insinuate that allegations can be the truth. They just said something about the premier here. Yes, there's the scandal here in the Free State where money was paid even before the dairy farm was established. Who was in charge? There is, I'm coming. There's asbestos scandal where a lot of monies were paid without asbestos roofs being removed. Who was in charge? No, it's not ANC. Now, they say we must not talk about these things because they are matters of the courts. Yes, they are matters of the courts. But who was in charge? Who was the leader? The same person who is today a leader of ACT was in charge then. Now, I think other issues have been thoroughly answered by Honorable Mukwena. Now, here's the thing. We read that a company, after specifications were released, a company that was just established few days ago has been given 285 million to produce textbooks. Who's the minister there? The DA minister. Now, General Lysia, they are going to be nice to you. They are going to stand here and praise you a lot. Now, be careful about that. But I can say that the police station, there's a new police station built, the state-of-the-art police station. Etlo hlokomela batho ba rona Harry Smith man. SAPS has completed a study in what we are going to do about Ntabazo. These are not things that are just on the paper. They are real. They are real plans that have been actioned. There's a target of recruitment of police of 5,500. 314 has already been recruited in the financial year 2025-26 financial year for the Free State. And this is our contribution in making sure that the issues of safety are being taken care of. So these are the issues, and these are the things they wouldn't like to highlight, except to be on the side of wrong. Now, Honorable Mkhabela, I would like to extend an invitation to you to come and see that when we stand here and say certain roads are still continuing because they happen to be a multi-year projects, that certain roads are still to be completed and they are being worked on. That is not something that we just say on paper. It is the reality. We'd like to invite you to visit Viljoenskroon, Orkney Road, Kroonstad, Henneman, Virginia Road, Lentley, Peterstein Road, and see the work being done there. These are not things that are just on paper. Now, Mtate Mkhabela, coming to you, unfortunately, Honorable Member, there's nothing we can say other than that. Also, the leader of your party were once a president of this country and given an opportunity for 9 years. What happened?
Just for the record.
That Mbalula, just for the record, I suppose you wanted to say the Honourable Member Foko.
Yes, thank you. No, thank you. So this is what I say when I say you are going to have a tough time in this legislature, because you are not going to be able to provide anything that can be a good example of leadership for the people of the Free State. Because your leader also led this country for what is now known as the 9 wasted years. What MEC Mukwena was talking about here, when we say, let's protect the rights of women and children, what is it that he became known for? Where did the shower thing came from? It came from his conduct against women in this country. Poor Kwesi was a victim there. So they are going to have a tough time of providing a good example of what is a good leader for the people of the Free State. The rest have been covered by my colleagues. Thank you very much.
The reply by Honourable MEC concludes the debate on Vote 10, Community Safety, Roads and Transport. The Acting Secretary shall read Motion 2.
That the second reading debate on the Appropriation Bill, B3 of 2026, be continued. Vote for Free State Provincial Treasury.
The vote before the House is vote for Free State Provincial Treasury. Honourable MEC Ndadema Kume may now address the House.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, the Deputy Speaker in absentia, members of the Executive Council, Chair of Chairs, traditional leaders, Marenaka, members of the Free State Legislature, executive mayors and councillors, the Director General of the province, the HOD and acting HOD, chairpersons of the respective provincial boards, distinguished guests, the provincial commissioner and your team, members of the media house, people of the Free State, Dumela. Honourable Speaker, it is a great honor and profound privilege to present the 2026-2027 budget vote for the Free State Provincial Treasury during the significant period of the Freedom Month, as our nation marks 32 years of democracy and constitutional governance. Honourable members, this year we also commemorate the 155th anniversary of the illustrious struggle icon and pioneering human rights activist Charlotte Maxeke. Her unwavering courage, alongside that of many women of the generation, was demonstrated in the face of formidable and often brutal resistance. Their sacrifices laid an enduring foundation for the democratic freedoms we now enjoy. As beneficiaries of this hard-won liberty, we are duty-bound to recognize and honor the indispensable role played by women in advancing the struggle for freedom, the pursuit of gender equality, and the realization of universal human rights. In this regard, we call upon South Africans, or all South Africans, to utilize the occasion of the Freedom Month and the commemoration of the Freedom Day as a moment of reflection, unity, and renewed commitment to the ideals upon which our democracy was anchored. It is a time to consolidate our collective resolve to build a more inclusive, just, and equitable society. While we acknowledge the significant strides made since 1994 in expanding access to services and opportunities, we must equally confront the persistent challenges that continue to confront our nation. The enduring realities of inequality, poverty, and unemployment remain among the most obstacles to the attainment of the true national unity and lasting social cohesion. These challenges compel us to act with agency, purpose, and unwavering commitment to ensure that the promise of freedom is not merely symbolic but tangible, realized in the lives of our people. Honourable members, it is incumbent upon us as custodians of the hard-earned freedom to preserve their legacy not only in remembrance but through our actions by advancing the ideals of which they fought for and ensuring that the promises of freedom is fully realized for present and future generations. Honorable Speaker, the economy of the Free State Province is presently undergoing a gradual and measured recovery with growth projections estimated in the range of 1.4 to 1.6%. This modest performance remains largely underpinned by the resiliency of key sectors such as finance, logistics, and agriculture, which continue to provide a critical foundation for economic activity within the province. However, this recovery must be viewed within the context of persistent structural constraints. Key amongst these is the continued decline of the mining sector, which has historically been a significant contributor to the provincial economy. This contraction has had far-reaching implications for employment and overall economic dynamism. In response, the province is actively pursuing a program of economic diversification and structural transformation. Through targeted industrialization policies, we are seeking to address the challenge of high unemployment by stimulating productive sectors of the economy. Particularly emphasis is being placed on the expansion of renewable energy initiatives, which not only align with the global and national energy transitions, but also present new avenues for investment and job creation. Simultaneously, deliberate efforts are being undertaken to revitalize the manufacturing sector and to modernize and strengthen agriculture, both of which remain pivotal to the province's long-term growth trajectory. These interventions are aimed at enhancing the value addition, improving competitiveness, and fostering inclusive economic participation. Honorable Speaker, during his visit to the province of the Free State in March 2026, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, underscored the immense strategic potential of our province within the national economic landscape. He emphasizes that the province must be deliberately leverage its central geographic location to position itself as South Africa's natural logistics and distribution hub. As the President appropriately articulated, the Free State is uniquely positioned to be at the heart of our country's economic growth story. It is strategically located, making it naturally logistic and distribution hub, linking major economic centers, said the President. Honorable members, this assertion is not merely an observation. It is a clarion call to action. It challenges us to continue to harness this strategic advantage to drive inclusive economic growth, stimulate investment, and unlock new opportunities for industrial expansion and job creation within our province in line with the Free State growth and development strategy. The departmental appropriation. Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Treasury occupies a central and strategic role in terms of the Public Finance Management Act. This mandate encompasses inter alia the prudent management of the provincial fiscal resources, the promotion of sound governance, as well as the monitoring of departmental expenditure and the provision of the oversight over municipalities and public entities. To effectively discharge this critical responsibility, the department is allocated a total appropriation of 403.9 million in 2026-2027. 411.7 million in 2027-2028 and 421.4 million in 2028-2029. In total, the department is estimated to spend more than 1.2 billion over the 2026 MTEF period. Honorable members, this allocation underscores the department's commitment to strengthening fiscal discipline, enhancing financial governance, and ensuring that public resources are utilized effectively, efficiently, and in a manner that advances the developmental priorities of the Free State province. The below table depicts the budget allocation per program as follows. The Program 1 is administration, 141.6 million. The program 2 is sustainable resource management, 68.1 million. And the program 3 is assets and liabilities management, which is 79 million. The program 4 is financial governance, which is 33.4 million. And the last program, which is the 5th program, is the municipal finance management, which is 81.1 million. So the total budget, as I've indicated, is 403.9 million. Program 1, administration. Honorable Speaker, let me start by indicating that the administration program serves as the backbone of the department, providing leadership, governance and support systems that enable all programs to function effectively and deliver on their mandates. At its core, the program is responsible for ensuring that the department operates within the framework of applicable legislation, regulations and policies. It provides strategic direction, oversight while embedding sound governance practices that promote accountability, transparency, and ethical conduct across all areas of operations. Honorable members, without a strong administration program, the department will lack the institutional capacity, governance systems, and operational support necessary to fulfill its mandate. This program ensures that other programs are adequately supported, allowing them to focus on their core services delivery responsibilities. The program remains central to strengthening governance, enhancing operational efficiency, and continuously improving the quality of support services provided to all programs within the department. The Program 2, Sustainable Resource Management. Honorable members, this program plays a pivotal role in the preparation and management of the provincial budget. It is central to the effective monitoring of the provincial expenditure, including infrastructure, spending and conditional grants, while also driving the optimization of provincial revenue. The budget process. In our continued effort to enhancing oversight, we will convene a budget lekgotla in the early August 2026. These engagements will focus on reviewing departmental spending patterns, identifying potential fiscal risk, and agreeing on appropriate remedial actions to ensure prudent financial management. Honorable members, in the previous financial year, we successfully convened 2 executive planning and budget makhotlas, where we were engaged on our key priorities and aligned budget allocations for the 2026 MTEF period. Honorable Speaker, in this financial year, we will once again convene these important sessions together with the Provincial Medium-Term Expenditure Committee meetings involving all departments and entities. The aim is not merely to ensure that allocated budgets are spent, but to ensure that they translate into real value, delivering improved outcomes and tangible benefits for our communities. Honorable Speaker, in the previous financial year, we undertook a commitment to conduct comprehensive budget baseline reviews in collaboration with our provincial departments. I am pleased to report that this process was duly implemented as envisaged. However, honorable members, the exercise did not yield the anticipated outcomes, as the majority of departments remain under significant fiscal pressure, thereby limiting the scope for further reprioritization within the existing baselines. Notwithstanding these constraints, the department will persist in its efforts to identify areas of inefficiencies within the current budget allocations. Where such inefficiencies are detected, resources will be strategically redirected to areas of greatest need, ensuring that limited fiscal resources are utilized in a manner that maximizes developmental impact and service delivery outcomes. Leveraging on budget facility for infrastructure, the BFI. Honorable members, the province intends to leverage the budget facility for infrastructure as a strategic instrument to accelerate infrastructure development. In this regard, we will appoint transaction advisors to support rigorous project preparation and packaging, ensuring that proposals meet the required standards for funding considerations. Honorable Speaker, The effective utilization of this facility will not only assist in addressing critical infrastructural backlogs within the province, but will also create a fiscal space enabling the redirection of limited resources towards other pressing provincial priorities. The provincial infrastructure. Honorable members, last year we made a commitment to strengthen our infrastructure oversight by ensuring that the active participation of members of the Executive Council in these critical engagements with the objective of enhancing accountability. I am pleased to report that this commitment has been fully realized. The MECs responded positively and consistently availed themselves to these sessions, demonstrating commendable leadership and support for this initiative. As a direct consequence, Honorable Speaker, we have witnessed an improvement in infrastructure expenditure across several departments, to the extent that no allocated funds will be surrendered back to the national fiscus by these departments. These outcomes reflect a growing culture of accountability, improved planning, and more effective execution of the infrastructure programs. In the 2026-2027 financial year, the province will place infrastructure at the top of the provincial agenda by ensuring that projects are prioritized in planning approval and implementation, as well as monitor projects' life cycle to prevent cost overruns and ensure speedy delivery. To attain this, we will strengthen the current oversight structure to be headed by the Premier of the Free State and assisted by the MECs for Finance and Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, under provincial-owned revenue, with regard to the preliminary revenue outcome for the 2025-2026 financial year, I am pleased to report again that the province has exceeded its own revenue target of 1.264 billion by 63.5 million, representing an overachievement of 5%. This performance is commendable and provides a much-needed buffer to the already constrained provincial fiscus. The department will therefore continue to play a pivotal role in strengthening revenue performance by working closely with the provincial departments to enhance collection mechanism, rigorously review tariffs, and where feasible, identify new sustainable sources of revenue. These efforts are aimed at optimizing provincial revenue in a manner that supports fiscal sustainability while enabling the province to meet developmental obligations. Program 3, Assets and Liabilities Management. Honorable Speaker, the Assets and Liability Management Program is responsible for providing policy direction, facilitating the effective and efficient management of assets, liabilities, and financial management systems, and procure transversal and cross-cutting goods and services. The 30-day permit of invoices. Honorable Speaker, among its key responsibilities, this program monitors compliance with the requirement for the payment of invoices within 30 days across the province. I'm pleased to report that we have observed a notable improvement in the timely payment of suppliers. This progress is largely attributable to the concerted efforts of accounting officers who have implemented targeted strategies to address accruals carried over from previous financial years. Honorable members, the department remains steadfast in its commitment to play an effective intervention role by closely monitoring departments and public entities to ensure adherence to the 30-day payment requirement. In addition, we will continue to provide the necessary oversight and support to address persistent payment challenges and strengthening financial discipline. Furthermore, the Free State Provincial Treasury will sustain its outreach programs, which provide suppliers with a platform to report instances of non-payment or delay payment through established grievances mechanism. Online request for quotation functionality. Honorable Speaker, as part of our commitment to embracing technology and modernizing procurement system, the National Treasury's Office of the Chief Procurement Officer has introduced the Central Supplier Database Request for Quotation functionality. In collaboration with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, the Free State Provincial Treasury has commenced with awareness sessions to introduce this system to all provincial departments and public entities. Honorable members, the primary objective of this functionality is to advance the Know Your Supplier principle, which is essential for verifying supplier identity, credibility, and compliance, while enabling continuous monitoring and strengthening the integrity of the supplier database. Furthermore, the enhanced functionality allows organs of state, particularly those without electronic procurement systems, to ensure requests for quotation directly through the central supplier database. Suppliers are able to submit their quotations via platforms, thereby reducing the risk of fraudulent practices and promoting a secure, standardized, and transparent procurement process. The Program 4, the Financial Governance. Honorable Speaker, the Financial Governance Program plays a critical role in promoting accountability across the province by ensuring sound financial management, governance, and strict compliances with prescribed finances, norms, and standards. The program consists of 2 sub-programs: accounting services and provincial risk management and internal audit. The accounting services. Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report that all provincial departments, public and trading entities, as well as the relevant fund, have complied with the Section 40 and Section 55 of the Public Finance Management Act by submitting their annual financial statements to the Auditor General of South Africa by the 31st of May 2025. Honorable members, in advancing good governance and sound financial management, the audit outcomes for the 2024-2025 financial year continue to reflect a positive trajectory. For the second consecutive year, all PFMA auditees have maintained the audit outcomes free from adverse and disclaimer opinions, an achievement that demonstrates sustained improvement in financial discipline and reporting standards. To further enhance the quality of annual financial statements and by extension the consolidated financial statements, the Provincial Treasury implemented targeted interventions. These included rigorous assessments of quarterly and biannual financial statements, as well as draft annual financial statements across departments and entities, comprehensive assessment reports with clear guidance on required improvements were shared with accounting officers, chief executive officers, chief audit executives, and audit committee chairpersons to strengthen oversight and accountability. However, Honorable Speaker, we remain concerned that unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure levels are still unacceptably high. Departments and entities must therefore intensify their efforts to strengthen compliance, cap such expenditure, and enforce effective consequence management. The Provincial Risk Management and Internal Audit. Honorable Speaker, during the 2025-2026 financial year, the Provincial Treasury intensified its efforts to strengthen risk management, internal audit, and audit fraud capacity across provincial departments and public entities. This was achieved through a series of targeted capacity building initiatives aimed at enhancing institutional resilience, accountability, and preparedness. These included specialized training on combined assurance, awareness sessions addressing extortion risk affecting suppliers, and capacity development in business continuity management. Honorable Speaker, in the 2026-2027 financial year, the Provincial Treasury will continue to assess the effectiveness of the risk management practices across departments and public entities, with a focus on embedding risk management into evidence-based decision-making processes. Compliance with Public Service and Public Finance Management Act, Treasury regulations, and global internal audit standards will be closely monitored through the application and strengthened performance of indicators or performance indicators. Furthermore, the province will prioritize the observance of key anti-fraud and anti-corruption initiatives, including Africa Anti-Corruption Day, Anti-Fraud Awareness Week, and International Anti-Corruption Day, as part of a sustained effort to cultivate a culture of ethics, integrity, and zero tolerance for corruption within the public service. The Program 5, Municipal Finance Management. Honorable Speaker, This program carries the critical responsibility of monitoring and supporting municipalities to strengthen financial governance and improve financial management at the local government level. Honorable Speaker, the plans I'm about to outline under this program reflect our deliberate efforts and unwavering commitment to fixing and strengthening local government, while decisively addressing the fiscal challenges that continue to confront our municipalities. In the previous financial year, we committed to prioritizing key interventions, namely the timely submission of credible annual financial statements, addressing revenue challenges and unfunded budgets, and curbing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Honorable members, through the coordinated efforts of the Provincial Treasurer, the Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, and the Office of the Premier, we have recorded a notable progress. The rate of timely submission of annual financial statements by municipalities improved by 19 out of 20. Improved from 19 out of 23 municipalities, which was 82%, to 21 out of 23 municipalities, which is 91% in the 2025 financial year. We will further intensify our interventions in the current year to ensure that we achieve full compliance across all municipalities, thereby strengthening accountability and enhancing credibility of financial reporting at the local government level. Municipal revenue and budgets. Honorable Speaker, unfunded municipal budgets remain a persistent challenge within the province, with little to no significant improvement recorded in this area. This situation is further compounded by inefficiencies within the local government revenue system, including electricity theft, water leakages due to aging infrastructure, weak billing systems, outdated indigent registered. Collectively, these challenges continue to undermine the financial sustainability of municipalities and place additional pressure on intergovernmental fiscal transfers, particularly the local government equitable shares. Honorable members, the department will continue to provide targeted support and technical guidance to municipalities to ensure compliance with the requirements of credible and funded budgets. In addition, we will assist municipalities in development and implementation of cost-reflective tariffs, while also providing limited but focused support towards revenue enhancement initiatives, including the strengthening of the billing systems and the revenue collection mechanism. The department will continue to convene intergovernmental debt steering committee engagements with the Department of the Provincial and National Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as the Department of Education, to address the settlement of government debt owed to municipalities. These engagements are aimed at ensuring sustained progress in reducing outstanding obligations and improving payment discipline across the public sector. Honorable members, we further acknowledge the ongoing policy reforms emanating from the White Paper on Local Government, as well as the review of the fiscal framework underpinning the local government equitable share. These reforms are critical in addressing structural weaknesses and in strengthening the financial viability and sustainability of municipalities going forward. Honorable members, while we acknowledge that unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure remains unacceptably high across our municipalities, it is equally important to recognize the progress being made. Through the coordinated efforts of the Provincial Treasury, the Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, the Premier, and the South African Local Government Association, we are beginning to see encouraging results. Honorable Speaker, for the 2024-2025 financial year, municipalities collectively recorded a reduction of 9.8 billion in such expenditure. This improvement reflects strengthened oversight, enhanced support to municipality finance structures, and the growing effectiveness of municipal public accounts committees in enforcing accountability, promoting prudent financial management. Honorable members, building on this momentum, the department will appoint a panel of experts to provide targeted technical support to municipalities requiring additional assistance. This intervention is aimed at further reducing the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and entrenching a culture of compliance, efficiency, and sound financial governance across the province, including consequence for management. Municipal supply chain management. Honorable members, the department will expand its support to municipalities by strengthening the functioning of the bid committees and facilitating skills transfer through on-the-job training and structured capacity building workshops, as well as the supply chain management forums with all delegated municipalities. These interventions are aimed at enhancing compliance and promoting best practices in supply chain management. Honorable Speaker, this work is further reinforced through the donor-funded procurement and infrastructure knowledge referred as PINK management program, which supports municipalities in reducing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure while improving overall supply chain management compliance. This is being achieved through the rollout of standardized toolkits, standard operating procedures, and compliance checklists. The audit outcomes. Honorable Speaker, while we acknowledge that our municipality outcomes are stagnant, we have appointed a team of experienced financial experts to provide targeted and hands-on support to municipalities. This intervention focuses on strengthening financial management, internal controls, financial reporting, compliance, and audit readiness, with the aim of addressing persistent challenges that have contributed to the recurring audit findings and weakened financial performance. The overarching objective of this intervention is to improve audit outcomes across the province. By strengthening internal controls and enhancing compliance municipalities, we will be better positioned to reduce material misstatements, respond effectively to the audit queries, and improve the credibility of the financial reporting. Ultimately, these efforts will also support a progressive transition towards unqualified and clean audit outcomes, reinforcing good governance and accountability at the local government level. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, today is not only about tabling our budget vote. If it is about our public commitment to the people of the Free State, it is about injecting a new energy into the work we are doing to address the challenges and to make sure that each and every single Free Stater has access to the opportunities of the province at large. Honorable members, I must emphasize, as I conclude, that the year 2026 must stand as a decisive turning point, a year of fixing local government. It is a year in which we move beyond diagnosis to implementation, a year in which accountability is enforced, inefficiencies are corrected, and the culture of sound financial management is firmly entrenched across all municipalities. Honorable members, I extend my sincere appreciation to the African National Congress, a historic movement in which millions of South Africans have placed their trust for the honor of representing in this esteemed house. Honorable Speaker, accountability remains the bedrock of our democracy. I therefore wish to thank you, together with the Provincial Public Accounts Committee, for your steadfast commitment to upholding accountability and strengthening oversight in service of our people. I convey my deepest gratitude to the Honorable Premier Mama Action Maqueen Letsua Matai in her absentia for entrusting me with this responsibility. Her leadership and guidance continue to inspire our work in advancing the interest of the people of the Free State. I also acknowledge the invaluable support and collaboration of my colleagues in the Executive Council and members of this legislature, whose contribution reinforced our shared governance in this province. My sincere appreciation extends to the acting HOD of the department, the senior management of the department, and all officials for their dedication and professionalism in driving our developmental mandate. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation to the officials in my office for the unwavering commitment, diligence, and the countless extra hours they have dedicated to ensure the effective delivery of services to our people. Finally, I thank my wife and the family for their unwavering support, which remains a constant source of strength in the fulfillment of my responsibility. And lastly, I thank God for giving us the chance to be here today. I thank you. Ke a leboha, ba ya danki.
We proceed to the debate on the Honourable MEC's presentation of the budget vote of the Free State Provincial Treasury. I shall now call upon the Honourable MEC Mayor Maboya to commence the debate for 14 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Member Queen Litsua Matai in absentia, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Legislature, executive mayors and councillors, baetapele, le maloko a ntlo ya borena le makoisane, marena a rona a teng kwano, ke boka dikgomo. Our special guests, baahi ba Freistata ka kakaretso, le ba maluti a phofung ka ho qolleha. Dumelang. Dumelang Basotho ba batle. Honorable Speaker, we rise today not merely to debate a budget, but to affirm a vision of a Free State that is just, inclusive, and fundamentally transformed. A vision in which public resources are not abstract figures on a balance sheet, but instruments of justice, dignity, and shared prosperity. This department does not typically provide direct services to the public, but rather supports provincial, municipalities, and entities in achieving financial stability, promoting good governance, and facilitating the efficient use of public funds in pursuit of a better life for all. Motsamaisi wa dipuisano, ke hatella taba ena hore ba tla ema ka moraka ba ske ba tla mona ba tla supa lefapha lena ka taba tsa ditsela le tse ding, ba tsebe hore lefapha lena lona le supporta hore ditsela di be teng, e seng ka ho otloloha hore le ahe ditsela. This budget is therefore not a technical exercise. It is a political and moral commitment. It reflects the enduring mission of the African National Congress to dismantle the structural inequalities of the past and to build a society in which all our people can live with dignity, opportunity, and hope. Taking advantage of our centrality, of course, as a province, re lebohile haholo Ntate Makume ha ile mona lefapha la hao le shebane le program ena e bitswang ka hore ke program ya ho diversify the economy and to do some structural transformation. This will go a long way in addressing the challenges of unemployment, poverty, as well as inequality, but most importantly also in terms of promoting inclusive economy. As we mark over 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter, we are reminded that its central thesis remains unfinished business, that the people shall share in the country's wealth. This budget gives practical meaning to that historic injunction. It affirms that the democratic state must not be passive, but must intervene decisively to redistribute opportunity, expand economic participation, and correct historical injustice. This is the essence of the National Democratic Revolution. Honorable Speaker, we rise in full support of this budget because it reflects a government that understands its historical responsibility. With a total allocation of 403 million for the 2026-27 financial year, the Free State Provincial Treasury has demonstrated discipline, focus, and strategic clarity in constrained fiscal environment. Growth below inflation is not a weakness. It is a call for efficiency, prioritization, and innovation. And we commend the department for rising to that challenge with determination and foresight. Honorable Speaker, we strongly support and commend the allocation of 141 million to Program 1 on administration. This to provide the institutional backbone of the department. This allocation underscores that transformation cannot occur without a capable and well-coordinated state machinery. The maintenance of unqualified audit outcomes, the stabilization of leadership through the filling of critical senior management posts, and the completion of a comprehensive organizational skills audit all point to a department that is serious about building a capable, ethical, and developmental state in line with the resolutions of the ANC's 55th National Conference. Thank you, MEC Makume, for demonstrating that the strengthening of administrative capacity, leadership stability, and internal systems is not a secondary matter. It is foundational. The ANC has consistently emphasized that the success of the developmental state depends on the quality of its institutions, and this program advances that objective decisively. We particularly commend the department's proactive investment in ICT governance and modernization, which improve efficiency, it optimizes costs, and it drives innovation and accelerates the delivery of services. This reflects a department that is not only managing the present, but preparing for the future, and we fully support this direction. Honorable Speaker, sustainable resource management lies at the heart of fiscal transformation in our province. Despite the pressures of a 133 million reduction in the provincial equitable share, the department has demonstrated resilience and strategic discipline. We are pleased to hear that in pursuit of an inclusive economy we will be pursuing inclusive economy and revitalization of investment. Honorable Speaker, this department coordinates the provincial budgeting process, which includes coordinating resource allocation to meet priorities set by government. MEC Makume, we have noted how you decisively shifted away from outdated budgeting practices towards a model that prioritizes efficiency, effectiveness, and impact. This is a bold and necessary intervention that ensures that public resources are no longer allocated based on historical patterns, but on actual performance and developmental priorities. We are pleased that you will be strengthening infrastructure oversight, and we want you to continue in that trajectory. Equally encouraging is the strong performance in revenue collection, with 1.2 billion collected by the end of February, representing 92% of the annual target of 1.264 billion. Botoma se ba mametse impa ba keke ba uthuhuletsa ba keke ba dumela ka sena seo se entseng. This reflects improved governance, compliance, and a growing culture of accountability. Through Asset Liabilities Management Program, the department addresses one of the most critical challenges in public finance management, financial discipline. The department's focus on improving compliance with 30-day payment requirement is both necessary and highly commendable. Late payments to suppliers, particularly SMMEs, are not a minor administrative lapse. They carry severe and often irreversible economic consequences, including forcing businesses into debt, compelling them to scale down operations, or in the worst cases, leading to liquidation and permanent closure. The introduction of enhanced procurement systems, including central supplier database quotation functionality, further strengthens transparency, reduces fraud, and promotes ethical governance. We strongly commend and support the allocation of 33 million to Program 4 on financial governance. Achieving our developmental agenda as government requires sustained fiscal discipline, careful management of fiscal risk, and continued reforms to improve the performance of public institutions. This program serves to facilitate, monitor, support, and provide professional advice to ensure good governance in the province. And we have seen that this, in terms of our audit findings, as well as our audit outcomes, as well as our annual financial statements that were timelessly submitted. These are clear indicators that progress is being made in restoring financial discipline and strengthening governance. The ANC has declared 2026 as the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. A clarion call that underscores our collective commitment to building municipalities that are ethical, capable, and accountable. We rise to support this budget that goes to the very heart of one of the most urgent challenges confronting our province, the crisis of local government financial sustainability and service delivery. As a coordinating department working with the Office of the Premier and the Department of COGTA, we have seen how some municipalities have shifted from diagnosis to implementation, from complacency to consequence, and from institutional weakness to responsive governance that delivers reliably to our people. The support and oversight role of this department is bearing fruit. The AG's reports in terms of the audit outcomes of our municipalities for 2024-2025, we have seen that our municipalities were able to, in fact, we have improved the submission of annual financial statements by municipalities has improved significantly from 76% to 88%. We have also seen the reduction of 9.8 billion in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and that is highly commendable. The Auditor General further reports that 37 material irregularities have been resolved by our municipalities. So this is through the oversight that you have been playing. There's evidence of financial losses being recovered, with approximately 6.9 million rands already in the process of recovery. And the support that we have given to municipalities such as Dihlabeng has also really assisted in terms of helping the municipality to deliver on its mandate. We acknowledge 7 municipalities which have maintained unqualified audit outcomes with findings. These municipalities have laid an important foundation of credible financial reporting and compliance. But Mr. Makume, you fully understand that unqualified audit outcomes, while important, are not an end in themselves. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we have been unequivocal. The renewal of local government is non-negotiable. We therefore commend those municipalities, departments, and oversight bodies that are contributing positively to this trajectory of improvement, while remaining firm that greater agency, stronger consequence management, and deeper institutional reform are required. This program stands as a critical pillar in that renewal, a program that not only confronts challenges but actively builds solutions, restores accountability, and advances the fundamental objective of a capable developmental state. Honorable Speaker, this budget vote affirms the ANC's clear policy position that fiscal discipline must serve social transformation. The 55th National Conference resolution on building a capable, ethical, and developmental state calls for the efficient, transparent, and accountable use of public resources while advancing redistribution and inclusive development. This is reinforced by Public Finance Management Act and the Constitution, which mandates that public resources must be used to address inequality and advance development. This budget is therefore both fiscally responsible and unapologetically pro-poor. Our journey of renewal is underway, and together we will move the Free State forward. We support this budget vote because it is grounded in the principles of the Freedom Charter, aligned with the ANC manifesto, and reflective of the resolutions of the 55th National Conference. It affirms that public finance must serve the people. It affirms that the state must lead in transformation. It affirms that economic justice must be realized. This is a budget that builds institutions, restores accountability, and advances transformation, demonstrating that the African National Congress stands firm in its commitment to a better life for all. Hence, we support this budget, a budget that builds, a budget that transforms, a budget that delivers. Thank you.
Honourable Member Mukavela.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, with the administration allocation of budget of 133 million, which is the largest share, administration dominance, which is plus minus 35%, suggests that there will be high internal cost, potential inefficiency, and financial governance underfunded, yet core to accountability. Why does administration consume the largest share while the financial governance, the backbone of the accountability, receive least? Municipal finance system crisis. Here are the key issues: the unfunded budgets, weak revenue collection, the high UIFWE, and poor audit outcomes. To mention few municipalities, we have Maluti Apofung, Machabeng, and Mangaung. Treasury is supporting but not enforcing strongly enough. There are repeated interventions without any turnaround. For 2025 and 2026 financial year, administration was allocated the 133 million, as I've said, for cyberbullying and PCOC. What was the total projected cost funding source and implementation timeline for the Provincial Cyberbullying Operations Center, PCOC? What current cyberbullying incidents or vulnerabilities justify this investment? How will the department standardize cyberbullying across decentralized department, and by when? How will the department ensure the process is transparent and free from political manipulation? How many ghost employees have been identified to date through personal verification? Honourable Speaker, rona ha re nke dipolitiki ka maikutlo, ha re di nke ka sefuba, mme tse re batlang ho di tseba fela ke hore kapa e re batlang ho bua nnete, re le mokgatlo wa African Congress for Transformation re boulela province ena ya borona ya Freistata jwalo ka mang le mang, mme nnete mo e leng teng re tlameha hore re bue le diphoso tse e leng hore ga le di etsahala re di lokise. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Speaker, through you, Honourable Mbalula, I took it as a threat. I'm a politician at my own right, and I'm not here to be threatened. And I'm not sure what are you insinuating when you say I will find it difficult to participate in this house. Commissioner Lisia, ke khole o ikutlwetsa ke re ke threatened to him. Le ka moroha ka la mo bua ka mabitso la re ke Mageshe Ntate Magashule, empa bo kgwebo ba Freistata ba ne ba phela, bana ba ne ba ya dikolong. Mesebetsi ne le teng ka hare ho Foreisetata ka mona. Emotions and not telling the people what you will do ka tjhelete ya bona ya setjhaba e hlile ke o tlatlapa maikutlo a setjhaba se le beileng pusong. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, African National Congress for Transformation ha e support budget ena, ke a leboha.
Honourable Member Klute.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This department will spend 85 million rand on municipal finance management. I want that to sink in, because it is important to note that nearly half of the Free State municipalities currently are under some form of intervention. Now, we're not debating municipalities today, but this department has a legal obligation to monitor and oversee municipalities. The Provincial Treasury must monitor municipal budgets, spending and financial health. Also track issues such as overspending, cash flow problems and debt levels, and ensure that municipalities comply with the MFMA. Now, MEC, you stated that your department is supposed to be an early warning system when things start to go wrong. And boy, have things gone wrong, derailed. So much so that it required an oversight by the National Assembly to come and see for themselves what is going on in this province. What a disgrace. Yes, for the ANC, but even more so for the people of the Free State. MEC, were you ashamed enough during that visit? You see, the reality is, I can give municipalities the whole of the Free State government's budget, and municipalities will not be able to change. How is it possible that a municipal manager can receive a 700,000 rand increase in 1 year while service delivery is collapsing? And Mangaung is not alone. These excessive increases are happening elsewhere as well. And no, the white paper on local government will not address massive salary hikes while residents do not receive salaries. You wish to sell a good story today regarding infrastructure management, but it's a known fact that the Free State departments are not adequately staffed with project managers and supply chain officials to ensure value for money within infrastructure projects. So my question is, MEC, what is a transaction advisor? You said, and I quote, "We will appoint transaction advisors to support rigorous project preparation," end quote. What fruitless expenses have you come up with now? Are these advisors to do the work of officials who are supposed to be doing that? And non-surrenders, let's talk about that. Means you're complying, that's all. Agbare Speaker, die jongste bevindings van die ouditeur-generaal is nie bloot net tegnies van aard nie. Dit wys op 'n diep sistemiese probleem in die finansiële bestuur van die Vrystaatse regering en ons munisipaliteite. Miljarde rande in onreëlmatige besteding, voortgesette vrugtelose en vermorste uitgawes en die mees kommerwekkende, dit is nie nuwe probleme nie. Dieselfde departemente en munisipaliteite, dieselfde oortredings, the same old problems, Honourable Maboya. Agbare Speaker, die ouditeur-generaal wys op spesifiek op gebrekkige toesig, swak leierskap en 'n gebrek aan verantwoordbaarheid. Met ander woorde, mense oortree die reëls en niks gebeur nie. Honourable Speaker, don't be fooled by fancy language and words as if it's directly from a socialist dictionary. They are coming. I'm warning. The budget is supposed to be to ensure that value for money exists in our departments and municipalities. The matter of the fact is, it doesn't. Thank you.
Honourable Member Meko.
Speaker of the Free State Legislature, the Premier of the Free State in absentia, honorable members, tlhompho ka boreneng setšhaba ka kakaretso, re ema kwano re le mokgatlo wa ANC ka re o province ya Free State, re amohela budget enana ya Departmental Treasury. Departmental le reng gore ya ikarabela gore e be yona e tshwaranang le ditšhelete ka hare ho mmuso ka kakaretso le profenseng ya rona. Ba tshwarane le mosebetsi o moholo e seng fela ya gore ba etse tokomane ya gona ditšhelete o tla fana ka tsona jwang, mare mosebetsi wa bona o mong gape ko etsa bonnete ba gore ha o implementwa budget eo ba beya all systems, all mechanisms o etsa bonnete ba gore tšhelete ya setšhaba e ya setšhabeng. In other words, every cent, it must have an impact maphelong a batho ba rona. E ska ba tšhelete e yang corruptioning, e ska ba tšhelete e utsuwang, e ska ba tšhelete ya so ba shebane le ntho tseo kaofela gore there must be government systems. And why happy in our province when the treasury e etsa mosebetsi o motle le mosebetsi wa o etsa budget e kgolo ya province se nya bona fela le tsamaiso ya yona ditšhelete tseo kaofela ke mosebetsi o motle o province ya rona re teretswe pele ke treasury e o entseng empa e re tshong gore ena budget ya department le budget e ba etsang e kgolo di budget tsa mafapha kaofela ke di budget tse tsa bonnete ba gore setšhaba ka kakaretse se una moleng e seng batho ba Cape Town fela ba khaelisha ba siwa morago. Free State le ba basweu e seng ba fela gobane ANC ke yona e tellang pele mmuso la ebe ke mmuso wa GNU mare ANC ke yona e tellang pele mmuso wa GNU jwale di-policy tsa ANC ke tsona tse tla tsamaisa mmuso le tsamaiso ya ditšhelete mme o bohlokwa haholo re hlalose gore ha re kenya tshebetsong budget ya rona re tla etsa bonnete ba gore impact that every cent we spend must be achieved e tla nka lehlakore. It will have some biasness o batho le reng gore ba kobotse it's mahetleng vulnerable people be government ba hloka mmuso o feta ba bangata ka rona ya rona. The ANC welcomed this budget of this important Department of Treasury allocated to achieve good financial management. In other words, budget is public money and every cent of this government must achieve impact. Treasury sets how systems of public money must be used, and to carry this difficult task, it must also build internal capacity. Kama tshwantse re tsebe ebile re be le tsebo ya tsamaiso ya ditšhelete tsa mmuso. Se ke ga lla lefung le rogo ya ba re kwatela mmuso gobane ga re tsebe tsamaiso ya ditšhelete tsa mmuso. Ntate Toto o bua ka gore ba tshwanetse ba hire di-transactional advisors go etsa bonnete ba gore tšhelete ya setšhaba e tsamaiswa ka mokgwa o hantle. Tlo tlameya ba lo hira batho ba bangene batho bao ba tlo hloka le bona gore a allocate tšhelete eng. That's what we're talking about in summary ka good governance ka mohlala wena o etsa mare tšhelete ena le mo e tshwantseng bue teng e lo nkua kae wane e nngwe ya dintho tse ba rutang bona gore there's no new money ha e hlae sefateng ntse le yona tšhelete la mmuso e tswang setšhabeng ke ya di-tax la e eketsea e tla eketsea fela ka inflation ya nyanyana haholo jwang provinceng ya rona ka baka la gobane population ya rona e nyane tšhelete ya rona e ntse fokotsega jwale o etsa mosebetsi o moholo o etsa bonnete ba hore ho tla ba le batho bana ba re thusang ba sebetsa le bo auditor general hore tjhelete ya mmuso ha e utswehe. Moetapele wa DA ma le parlamenteng ra utlwa ona nkile credit card a e nyofa ko rona sa heso ona e nyofa. Well, corruption ke corruption hore na o ja tjhelete e feng ha o le moetapele o tshwantse o be le botsitso. You must be guided by the most progressive ethical values. O la e betsa credit card ele ka di McDonald's. Well, mosebetsi o ntate Toto o etsang ya o presenta monana e re wa molang re le ANC kona wena tsa bonnete ba hore ha o le batho ba ha o be le batho ba iketsetsang. O bua ka procurement system. Procurement system ke mong ya metjha batho ba utlwisa haholo ka hore ke mona mo di tender di tswang teng. Now o bua ka o matlafatsa that system o ya ka ditekatanyetso tsa budget ya treasury seng ya province kaofela ya treasury. Mere le yona procurement eo it must assume the character of the ANC police. E hlokomele ba mare e etse bonnete ba re lwantsha corruption. Jwale re epe rona re le ANC ka ra province ya Free State. ANC ha e pate corruption ebile ANC ha e soka e romela mang kapa mang governmenteng hore tsamaya o lo utswa ha ena policy e jwalo ha ena decision e jwalo. Bothata ke hore ba bang ba basebeletsi ba government some of them are not even members of the ANC ba utswa and our people blame the ANC. Mare e re ratang gore metjha e to prevent corruption kene tshebetsong and re fitlhella their objectives. Tale basebetsi ba bangata ba le lekueng governmenteng ka ro province ya Free State. Ba bang the majority of these cases are in court. Ba bang ba high ha government in the investigate. Ke dipalopalo tse tshabeileng tse bontshang hore ha e rate African National Congress corruption e a e lwantsa. E re sa e haneng gore ya etsa but corruption has into botho. We must succeed to build a progressive society, build on the most progressive humanity values. Motho a tshabe utswa la o sena motho a mmonang. That's ethical governance. Well, kindo tse di bopang re le African National Congress o etsa bonnete ba hore tsamaiso ya ditjhelete tsa setjhaba e tsamaya ka mogolo re setjhaba se lebeletse ka teng. Ke joina Usman Miki le tona la rona la tsa thuto a ke qetela ore metjha ena na nnete e sebeditse. Masipala o next door o Bethlehem o thweng ke dihlabeng ba thotse an improved audit outcome ka baka la ditjhelete tsena tsa bua ka tsona tsena tse nyenyana di ka mosebetsi wa buang ka ona o ANC o bile kana last year re tla lokisa di masipala e phethile hape selemong sena na hore o mongwe wa mosebetsi wa rona is to fix local government and to grow the economy for batho bohle. A white person who's unemployed in the Free State will be employed. We are not in Kailisha. Policies of the ANC are saying that. Ndadema kume wetsa rata me isela fapalana le ikarabelang o shebana le bunyofonyofo le mashutu. Ore batho bohle without color. Marere tabetseng gore ya sebetsa metjha enana. Dihlabe municipality e batla improve ile haholo. Marere batlang go tlhalosa gore ya tseba ANC una le mathata di masipaleng tsa Free State. Ha re ipata ebile ha re itshabe. Ke ka ona re ntse le petso la hore this year mosebetsi wa rona go fixa di masipala lo di samuru. Mare engwe di ndo tse di hlokometseng gore ha se bothata fela ba corruption be tsa go di masipala tsa gona di be maemong ana le teng. Nnete ntse e le teng ra e lwantsha le yona. Mare ka udimodimo kore o ka se compare di masipala tse di province tse kenyane tsona tsa bo Free State le di masipala tse ding elsewhere. Una hlakile President Ramaphosa una sa bua phoso ore ke nnete di masipala tsa Western Cape di sebetsa hantle ya ka ditjhelete kopisang go bona mare ana e hlalosa gore ha ba fe batho ditshebeletso ba shebile fela ntho ya o tsamaiso e ntle ya ditjhelete. Rona re di betsa di dipedi wetsa bonnete ba gore batho ba rona ba thola ditshebeletso bana ntle le ditshebeletso maphelo a bona a no ntlafala. Ke le petso la African National Congress. So ra di tseba ntho tsa di masepala mme re shebane le tsona ke ka ona le tla hopola re ANC e lelekile di mayor tse kana ka bo 7 ka ra province ya Free State. Provincial government e kene di masepaleng mo ha CFO sa qualify wa tsama ha municipal manager a ntwa failure wa tsama di masepala tse ngata 5 to 7 di kene section 139 mo matla ma councillor ang kuenteng a fuwe batho bo ANC kapa mmuso wa province o ba rometseng hore ba mo ba lo lokisa nketwana kai so ha re batho ba hanang nnete ra e bona phoso ebile ra e lokisa ke a lebo.
Honorable Member Fogo.
Honorable
Member Fogo. With Andrena Jana Oli Pelaka. Sign here, however, lie.
Ke na le designer se motsamaiso wa mosebetsi.
All right.
Motsamaiso wa mosebetsi ke a leboha e re ke lebohe hape ke dumedisa hape motsamaiso wa mosebetsi. Ke batla ho hopotsa motsamaiso wa mosebetsi hore e meng ya mosebetsi wa hao ke wa hore o re protect ka ra ntlo ya ketsa molao. Ha rena protection ka ra ketsa molao re le mekgatlo ya bohanyetsi o tshwantse ke tobeketse eno e tle kene ho wena motsamaiso wa mosebetsi hore ha o ikarabelle ho political party efeng kapo efeng ha o le ka ra ketsa molao o tshwanetse le rona re fumane protection and ha ona motho a tlo re tsikinya ebile ha ona motho a tlo re thetsa ka ra ntlo ya ketsa molao ntwe nngwe le nngwe re tla itwanela ka ra ketsa molao.
Can you have your seat? I just want to get any clarity in your insinuation. You've called for order, you've called for all these, and I've responded. What are you actually suggesting? Are you suggesting that I'm biased in making my rulings? I just want to get clarity on that matter.
Motsamaiso wa dipuisano ke leka hore ka Sesotho ha re beng le tshireletso o ska ba le batho ba kenang ka majwe ba tlo re bata ka majwe ka ra ntlo ya ketsa molao. Ke arabile motsamaiso wa mosebetsi.
O hole lo yara.
Ke kopa ho arabana go etla motsamaiso wa dipuisano.
Tswela pe. Empa ke kopa o ska ba leka go etsa the insinuation tso sa khone o di support.
Ke a leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi wa dipuisano nka tswela pele.
O ka tswela pele.
Sesotho se re motsamaiso wa dipuisano ha e shwa ya ra. Ha e shwa ya raya ke phofolo efeng kapo efeng e seng kgomo fela phofolo engwe le ngwe ha e shwa ya raha ke Sesotho motsamaiso wa dipuisano wa senna e re ke kene puisanong yena motsamaiso wa dipuisano.
Member Fogo a go dule fatshe.
Speaker ke a leboha ke kopa ho botsa Honorable Fogo potso ena re tlile kwano lebitsong la setjhaba re tlo tsenkollana ka hore na re sebeletsa setjhaba jwang ha a theka speaker o felletswe ha tsebe a reng setjhabeng capacity ya ho debate ha e yona mo lo reng ra bona hore a mpe a nke swipe ho wena monana speaker ke a leboha.
Dale Fogo.
Ke tswela pele motsamaiso wa dipuisano ka tlasa tshireletso ya hao le yona ene ne ntse e batla tshireletso ya motsamaisi wa dipuisano empa ka bomadimabe ha wa ba jwalo motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke a leboha e re ke tswele pele he motsamaisi wa dipuisano ka hore ke kene tabeng tsena tsa masepala tsa dimasepala wa rona wa kwano Freistata dimasepala tsohle tsa Freistata di putlame hobane ena ha e bue hore na hobaneng dimasepala di putlame budgeting ena re nang le yona kaofela o tshwanetse e be e kopanya ditaba tsena hore di eme ka tsela e lokileng empa di na o kgona hoba dimasepala tsa rona di kolotwa ke yona puso ena ya rona e leng puso ya ANC jwale dimasepala ke ka ho di weleng hoba e kolota dimasepala tseo motlakase e kolota dimasepala tseo metsi jwale dimasepala di sa kgona ho sebetsa di putlana ke taba ena budget ya tsona hore e kopanya jwang di budget ya bona hore e tle tsebe kgona ho tswela pele jwale ke ka ho re reng puso ena ya ANC ha e ke etse bonnete ba hore e ba le a proper coordination and control because there is no proper coordination there is no proper control ha e ba ile hore tšhelete ya tswa e ya lefapeng le itseng ha o be le a proper a control ya tšhelete ena e tswang e yang mafapeng ka mafapa empa ka bomadimabe letona o lefapeng le leng hore lona ka bolona mokotla wa teng wa dutla tšhelete ya kena ka re mokotla o ya tswa empa ke thabile haholo hore ya neng a eme mona mhlomphei e le mhlomphei Ntate Thabo o buile hore tsena tsohle kaofela di etswa ke hore bona ha bana control hoba ha ba tsebe hore na ba isa mang hore ebe yena a lo tshwara lefapa hoba wa ipha yena ka boyena motho o e buile yena ka boyena o qeta o e bua hona jwale ka boyena hore batho ha se mokgatlo wa bona o reng utswa motho wa ikutswetsa empa o beuwe ke mammo o beuwe ke ona mokgatlo ona o tshwantseng o kgalemele jwale mokgatlo ha o kgalemele ha o utswa tšhelete ya setjhaba sena se hloka ho be le service delivery there is no service delivery because they deployed people who doesn't have understanding batho ba senang modimo ka hare because o ja tšhelete ya batho ba futsaneileng bo modimo bo kae dinthong tseo kaofela a re tloeleng dipolotiki ha re bueng ka hore batho ba kobodi mahetleng ha ba robala ba sa ja ba re eng ke a leboha motsamaisi wa mosebetsi
Thank you.
Ntate Foko le Ntate Mokwena ke tlo le raela ka ntle le lo etsa di-sign tseo tsa lona ka ntle o na le hlooho e bohloko o na le nko e hlohlonang Honourable Member of Khobane.
Motsamaisi wa dipuisano ke boke dikgomo marena a maholo bosiong ba ona ke iso hlompho o marena ohle a teng kwano mopremiere bosiong ba hao ke dumedise ditho tsohle tsa ketsamolao basebetsi ba mmuso le setjhaba ka kakaretso. Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the budget vote of Provincial Treasury as tabled by the MEC. The budget presents a credible, disciplined and forward-looking fiscal framework that strengthens governance, enhances service delivery and reinforces financial accountability across the province. The PFMA bequeathed the Provincial Treasury amongst others, with the powers to prepare the provincial budget and exercise control over the implementation thereof. This is an enormous responsibility that
that must be exercised continuously and consistently throughout the financial year. Most of us regard the allocation of funding for expenditure as one of the most important responsibilities of the Provincial Treasury. Funding allocations are made in accordance with the prevailing provincial equitable share formula, the broader fiscal policy of the country, and the particular dynamics specific to the province. We are very pleased to have developed an understanding that Provincial Treasury assesses departmental spending patterns, also identify associated risk and intervenes by bringing appropriate remedial actions. This is evidenced by environments brought about every year and the budget shifts implemented to attend to specific challenges arising from time to time during any financial year. Spending allocated funds is not enough in itself. The real issue is whether such spending translates into impactful service delivery. Honourable Speaker, that exercise is nerve-wracking as it demands a navigation of complex trade-offs between enduring need for stimulation of economic growth and the pressing need for social security. This situation has taken into consideration the exogenous factors that affect our open but small economy. In the bigger context, the Provincial Treasury must ensure the life is given to the revised Free State Growth and Development Plan. The current US-Israel-Iran war has serious implications to our economy, which affect the decisions on what to prioritize in our budget. It becomes a headache, including phenomenon for the Provincial Treasury to deal with the ripple effect of the cough of the big economies and the disruptions of the energy supply. We will undoubtedly see the impact of the escalating oil price also on government operations. One of the main cost drivers of the frontline services is exactly the cost of transport of essential services such as health. An example being the ambulances and the patient transport. Monitoring and evaluation of school performance and infrastructure progress, as well as veterinary and environmental services. We need these services to reach each and every corner of our community. Whilst Provincial Treasury must ensure that the cost containment measures remain in place, it cannot compromise the scope and the quality of services. And a balance will have to be found between these imperatives. Motsamaiso Dipuisano, re na le tshepo ho bokgoni ba lefapha ho sebetsana le maano a loketseng ho thusa moruong le tshireletsong kgahlano le tse busula tse tliswang ke maemo a sa jeseng ditheohelang ho hlaha diketsahalong tsa mafatshe a mang haholoholo phumantshong ya mafura le kgase lefatsheng. In its commitment to the community, the Provincial Treasury tries to ensure value for money in the delivery of services for beneficial impact for our communities. The joint infrastructure visits with National Treasury undoubtedly strengthen this process. In order for the services to bear intended outcomes, those that are entrusted and contracted to provide such a service must perform accordingly. The Provincial Treasury's efforts is closely monitoring departments and the public entities to adhere to 30-day payment of service providers shall go a long way in improving services, but also directly supports local and provincial economic growth. Maikemisetso a mmuso ho matlafatsa le ho disa borakgwebo ba banyane ke ho etsa bonnete ba hore ba lefuwa tshebetsong eo ba yentseng. Leano la ho hodisa moruo wa naha le tataiswa ke maikemisetso a tsitsitseng ho karolo e bapalwang ke batho ba batsho haholoholo bomme le batjha ka hara dikgwebo. Provincial Treasury also has powers and responsibility to control the Provincial Revenue Fund and establish appropriate and effective cash management and banking arrangement for the Provincial Revenue Fund. Flowing from that, it drives provincial government to enhance own revenue and plays an important role in strengthening revenue performance. The incentivization of provincial departments that are biggest drivers of provincial owned revenue generation still needs to be further considered. It does this by working closely with the provincial departments to enhance collection mechanisms and by identifying new sources of revenue. One must accept that the current national foot and mouth disaster will directly impact on the income derived from particularly red meat exports from the Free State. We have taken note of the initiative taken to open markets of the Middle East to red meat exports, regardless of the foot and mouth disease disaster. We may also see decline in income derived from the annual game auction. Speaker, I need to implore our provincial treasury to work with other departments to look into expansion of existing sources of revenue and identify new ones. Working with the Department of Economic Affairs and Tourism, the development of new tourism products linked to history of the province must be prioritized. It is plausible to realize that attraction sites at Golden Gate have been expanded with the construction of Dinosaur Interpretation Center, the Kgodumodumo. Sena se tlisitse bophelo dipaleng tsa Sesotho hore Kgodumodumo ke seo Basotho ba se tsibileng ka dilemo tse ngata. We have to amplify our communication strategy to expose tourism products that we have in the province. The other issue that still needs to be looked at is injecting investment into products of political history of both Afrikaner nationalism and African nationalism. The Departments of Education, Economic Affairs, Arts and Culture, working with Provincial Treasury, may develop good products that are educative and preserve our history for the young generations to understand their past. For instance, we need to amplify the role played by the fourth Ratsal in the evolution of white politics in our country and the role of Waihoek Wesleyan Church in the African politics, together with other sites of historical significance. This can significantly strengthen the tourism project portfolio of the Free State. Statistics indicate that tourism contributes close to 9% of our GDP in the country and support nearly 1.6 million jobs across both formal and informal sectors. This is an important sector that may create more jobs for our province, particularly looking into our geographical position as a comparative advantage. Provincial infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, let me also reflect on the provincial infrastructure. We are pleased to have observed the improvement in expenditure performance, particularly within the key departments such as education and health. This is evidenced by the fact that no infrastructure conditional grant funds will be surrendered back to the national fiscus. This achievement is not incidental. It reflects strengthened planning processes, improved oversight, and a maturing culture of accountability in the infrastructure delivery. We further welcome the strategic decision of the department to place infrastructure at the center of the provincial priorities, ensuring that projects are properly prioritized, efficiently and effectively implemented, while maintaining rigorous oversight over full project life cycle. In this regard, the leveraging of budget facility infrastructure presents a critical opportunity to unlock additional fiscal space, accelerate infrastructure delivery. It is an important opportunity the province must fully utilize to address infrastructure backlogs and support economic growth. Ka sena ke ananehela tshehetso ya ditekanyetso tsena tsa lefapha ke a leboha.
Honorable Msimanga.
Ere kinke monyetla ona ke dumedise marenaka morane moholo mopedi ke dumedise baetapele ba economic freedom fighters, being the deputy secretary of the province and the treasurer of the province ya EFF. Ke dumedise mmuso ona wa GNU e leng mmuso wa go mmuso kopanya diboko go kopane boko tse kgolo tsa Beforfuthi le bo Oliver Tambo ka mo jwalo kopantswe fela ke ona mmuso mogolo wa go mmuso kopanya diboko. Ntatelisia ere le nna ke joine ba o congratulateang ke o congratulate ka mosebetsi ona ra tseba hore ka nnete ha o tshwere wena tshebetso e tla etsahala se rile ga sebetsa le wena ra o tseba motho le hore mosebetsi wa o etsa empa ne ke re fela ko etsa we haibo mametse report presentation ya MEC o le wa mamela le auditor general client tsa o kitsena ka mo ka side le ke bona batho ba hao ba Auditor General, in her own words, makes a staggering remark. I quote, Free State continue to concern all of us as we should be because it remains stuck. As opposed to what the MEC say, that the improvements. Auditor General, where's our observation? You must remember that institution is credible. Ere Free State entse jwang e stakile. Hana re bua ka tabena mohlomotlamme re bua ka yona ka o atolloga. Free State ha re bua tje re na le di auditees fela tse kae tse tharo out of the auditees tse kae tse 39 ha di kopane kaofela. Which means rena le department di kopane di entities tsa teng di le 16 rena le clean audit fela tse tharo di masipala kaofela di le 23 ha rena le clean audit le ha ile A1 and we cannot celebrate ntate Makume be re celebrate ntwe re bitsang unqualified audit opinion re ka se celebrate hobane yona ka yona o bolela fela hore o submitted the AFS report tsa hao di le handle mar problem ntse le teng ya compliance problem e teng ha o thola sheba di performance report ntse di le wrong ya material irregularities ka ratso re bua ka bo irregular financial expenditure re bua ka bobodu bo etsalang procurement e mfumane ke a ratlwebele le mong wa iketsetsa wa jiwa fela wa iketsetswa mo. And then we must celebrate the unqualified audit opinion. It's a 9. We can't celebrate that. The only time we are going to celebrate, because we are paying accounting officers, we are paying CFOs, we'll only celebrate clean audits. Leteng hari celebrate is because batwara bapatala ba qualify ka etsa mosebetsi bona ba etsa mosebetsi wa bona re bona e wese go re patala be re patale le di consultants mpa di results ha di improve in that Makume le tshepisitse la re le tlaisa di chartered accountants ko di masipaleng o improve maemo a di masipala ntse re di emetse le ka jeno re tonne mahlo re shebile re tla hlaka saiteng le fentse di hlola o hla di chartered accountants tse ha di ye di masipaleng di lo lokisa bobodu bo mo ko di masipaleng mare ntwe tla me re le bontshe yona ha o senyeha di systems o so sa kgono account o handle ka tsona di qetelletse di affectile le performance ko ground o ke batla etsa mohlalo simple fela ka mona Maluti a Phofu because wa iketsetswa le ka supply chain ya teng e molemo etsa ska harata wa iketsetswa management teng wa teng ka ra Maluti a Phofu e molemo etsa ska harata o thola hore every time kana ko tlame o sebetswe motlakase e ba moeti ka haro Maluti a Phofu o kena o tswa o tsamaya hobaneng o tingwa ka bomo ho etsetswang hore batho ba thole di overtime. Ke yona ntho e etsahalang ka Ramaluti a Phofung. Jwale botsotsi bo hlaha ntse bo etswa ke ona ma comrade mona tlameha re bolokise bo hlaha hona mo tlameha re lokise taba tse tsa mofuto o jwale re hlaha hona mo bona mo so ha ra tlameha o tloela taba tse tsa mofuto o jwale re sa felle mo re sa ntsane re ya pele ha lena maintenance plan and auditor general khala bua ka yona ke ka ho fumanang hore ntho tse ntate Mopedi ana di entse ka haro qwaqwa ka mo ditsela di senyeile infrastructure e senyeile ha o fihla ditsela ke mangope di family tsona ke tsana gore ha una maintenance plan e wese gore some of these buildings tse ka haro qwaqwa ka mo tse le reng ke tsa FDC ha di a insure lo insure kona mathata re itolang re kopana lona ka mo go sentsweng ka teng bonnete Mopedi o na sebeditse o na sile o na le mesebetsi o na sile o na le di factory o na sile ditsela di tsamaye ka jeno lena ditsela di mangope ane di senyela ho mmuso wa African National Congress nnete tlamehile buang lona metsi ke moedi na go ngwa tsamanyamela ka hare ho motse ka monana ke tse ding tsa dintho tse tlamehang ho etswang tse tlamehang hore di lokiswe engwe lo reng ke mathata ha re dula re sheba ke di litigations. The last time I checked, out of 50 billion 20 billion 10 billion in a spend on litigations, which means almost 20% uli litigation go baneng tšhelete ngata tše ka ra Freistata ya budget ya teng ya di litigations ya di lawyering is because hona le botsotsi bo sophisticated bo etswang ke tse ka re ke a o lelekisa o hlekefetswa basebetsi mona ha o ya o lo sheba hore mosebetsi o ho tho sentse 300,000 marulelekiswa ka 2 million in between chelete tse chincha matso e mali hamba ngomzimba I move from one person to the other ke ntho tse etsahala tse tlamehile di lokiswe so ha re so ka re fitla to that level re tsebentse re na le mathata a tshabeile mara lo wena moletona hore ba ketse mathata nnete tlamehile bo rona a tša re je le mogwa teng a re o batle re tlo o jwetsa ona ka mokgweleng ka teng o fuwe matla kapa treasury fuwe matla o allocate budget ha o allocate budget ya o allocate o kentse dietapanana wa fihla wa re le matsa rona ba tlameileng re lo etsa oversight jolo ka parliament tšhelete ya rona e tla ile nyane ile milione tse 300 tona golo e leng hore wa coordinator e bile wa planner is not a service delivery department tšhelete e mathomano bo ma 600 million ke ka ho fumanang ha tseba etseng ka tšhelete no tsamare ka ditjali hohle mona no sa hloka hali ha hore ke tjali Kronstadt ke tjali ka ra qwaqwa ke tjali hohle kwana bo sa Solberg na re hloka ditjali na ka pa re hloka hore mesebetsi e tswe ditshebeletso di yo batho ke mathata re itholang re le ka hara rona e tlameleng ro a lokise tse ding tsa department like department ya tona golo e duplicate mesebetsi social development e dila ka GBV le ena o dila ka GBV ho baneng re tlameha ho duplicate mesebetsi ke tse ding tse leng hore matla wa fuang ke molao e leng section 18 ya PFMA o tlameha go e sebedisa ho lokisa some of the things di sketsa etsa le in a manner that di etsalang ka teng mara re tsebe ntate hore na o tla kgona mo jwetsa hobane ka Afrikaans ba di horn wat die bene en Simon kan ni bluff ni as die horn kan bluff die bene gaan uitval jwale ra ipotsa hore na sa pole na o tla le tloela lo lo tshwereng o jwetse tona golo ditaba ka mogotla melo mo jwetse tsona ka teng na ke ya hape pele ha re bua re batla clean audit le fapa la tona golo ke lona le tlamele etelle pele ho etsa bonnete ba hore re thola clean audit throughout the province jwale ka leading department mari o tlusa bohloko ha auditor general a ntsha report ho fumana hore ngwane eno a moholo ka hara bana ba banyanenyana ke ena e leng hore report ya hae o feitsile o feta bana ba banyanenyana jwale o utlwisa bohloko tabe ya mofuta o jwang. Because ha o thola sheba lefapha la tonakgolo le thola qualified audit opinion, bana ba bang ba thola bo di-clean audit, ba bang ba thola di-unqualified audit opinion. Ha ana a moral standing o ema ka pela batho ba bue ka clean audit. So these are some of the things that we must correct, and we must be brutally honest as we do that. Jwale ba haeso ke batla o bua hape o empowerwe hape ka procurement le tona le gabane. Wena Khotman re hla kwana ka o fela metsi maola re lwanela ka ga pela batho ga tlameetsa tje. Jwale procurement ha re thule re shebe ke bo mang di beneficiary tsa yo ka ra Freistata. Di beneficiary tsa procurement boholo ke batho ba tswang outside Freistata, bo rakgwebo ba Freistata. Mala se bila kopana le mokokotlo ha ba thosa ba sa thola di tender ka ro Freistata. Ke ntho utlwisang bohloko e ke bo mang ba benefitang project tse kgolo di beneficiary tsa teng ke contract tsa makgowa bo Rubex. Beneficiary tsa teng ke bo Down Touch, ke bona be loreng ba benefit out of this process. Batho ba bo rona ba batho why ba sa kgone benefita ka hare ho ntho umuru wa bona wa province na. Premier o entse commitment mona bua ka hore tlo bana le empowerment ya batho ba bomme. Re ntse re eme re shebelletse re batla go bona tlo hlaka le tlolefeng yona procurement ntho empowerment ya batho ba bomme. Ba tshantse re emetse le bona hore ba ebe empowered le ka ona motsotso ntse ba soka ba empowered le ha ba tshya ile ba population ya bona ile yona engata ka ra province ya Freistata ba ntse ba le in the margin of margins ntse sa ba benefit ka ra ba sa benefit ke economy ya province ya bona. We understand morua rona o monyanenyana mara le ona jwale ha ke etsa mohlala le 45 o teng mona na o tswa ele bro o baleile ka ra Freistata o sa dula Gauteng hobaneng ha ona economic opportunities. As long there's no economic opportunities they're going to run to other provinces.
Honorable member, your time is up. Honorable member, the time is up. Honorable Lichi. Honorable Lichi, please proceed.
Of Chairs, through you, to the Office of the Auditor General, our traditional leaders, the public, Dumelang, good afternoon. This debate must not only reflect on where we have failed, but more importantly, on what must change. Provincial Treasury is not just another department, it is the engine room of governance. It sets the tone for financial discipline, enforces compliance, and ensures that every rand spent in this province delivers value for our people. Its core responsibilities are clear: budgeting and planning, fiscal oversight, municipal support, policy implementation, and supply chain management. These are not abstract functions, they are the levers through which government either succeeds or fails. Honourable Speaker, while the department continues to achieve clean audits on paper, the real question is whether it is fulfilling its mandate in a way that improves citizens' lives. The answer, based on the outcomes we continue to see across the Free State, is unfortunately no. Financial mismanagement has become entrenched across provincial departments and municipalities alike. If Treasury oversight was working effectively, the province would not be facing nearly a decade without a single clean municipal audit. We would not see persistent irregular expenditure, weak internal controls, and collapsing service delivery. This reality demands a fundamental shift. Treasury must move from passive oversight to active enforcement. It is no longer enough to monitor and report. It must intervene decisively, consistently, and with measurable results. Oversight without consequence is simply observation. Monitoring without enforcement is merely record keeping. The people of the Free State cannot live on reports. They need results. Honourable Speaker, the broader provincial budget further exposes these failures. The DA remains concerned that the budget is fundamentally unbalanced. While the Office of the Premier continues to be overfunded, departments with the greatest potential to stimulate economic growth, such as infrastructure, roads, and economic development, remain underfunded. This misalignment of priorities undermines both service delivery and economic recovery in a province that desperately needs growth and job creation. A budget is not just a financial document. It is a reflection of political priorities, and right now, the priorities reflected do not align with the urgent needs of our people. Communities are crying out for reliable roads, functioning municipalities, and basic services. Yet, the allocation of resources does not match that urgency. Equally concerning is the manner in which the budget is implemented, the continued reliance on adjustment budgets to reallocate funds, particularly to cover accruals. This reflects poor financial planning and weak in-year management. This is not a technical issue. It is a governance failure. Treasury must enforce credible budgeting processes and ensure that departments stable, realistic, implementable plans for the outset. Departments must budget within their means, plan properly for personnel costs, and ensure that commitments made today do not become unpaid bills tomorrow. The culture of budgeting for optics and correcting for reality later must come to an end. Honourable Speaker, in terms of fiscal oversight and supply chain management, the situation remains deeply troubling. Departments, particularly human settlements and roads, continue to appoint delinquent contractors with a track record of non-performance, poor workmanship, and failure to complete projects on time. The result is predictable: incomplete infrastructure, escalating costs, and irregular and wasteful expenditure. In many cases, taxpayers are forced to pay for the same work multiple times. Roads are built and rebuilt. Projects are started and abandoned. This is not just inefficiency. It is a systematic failure of oversight and accountability. Treasury cannot claim to be enforcing supply chain compliance while these patterns persist year after year. There must be a credible contractor performance management system. There must be consequences for non-performance. And there must be blacklisting of companies that repeatedly fail to deliver. Policy implementation also reflects serious shortcomings. The Department of Education, for example, continues to struggle to curb overspending, carrying an overdraft exceeding 600 million rand. Funds intended for critical obligations, such as the payment of teachers, are diverted, while interest on unpaid accounts, including obligations to SARS, continues to accumulate. This is not sustainable, it is not responsible, and it is not fair to the educators and learners who depend on a functioning system. It is also a clear indication of weak financial discipline and a failure of Treasury to intervene early and effectively. Treasury must not wait until the departments are in crisis before they act. Early warning systems must trigger immediate intervention. Financial recovery plans must be enforced, not merely recommended. Honourable Speaker, Turning to municipal support, the gaps become even more evident. For the 2026-27 financial year, only 10 million rand is allocated to the municipal support program. Despite its intention to strengthen financial management and build capacity, there is little evidence of a meaningful impact on the ground. Operation Clean Audit, with an allocation of 18.3 million rand, risks becoming a compliance-driven exercise, a box-ticking exercise, unless it is backed by real institutional reform, clear performance indicators and consequences for failure. Clean audits must not be the goal in isolation. They must be a reflection of functional, service-delivering municipalities. More concerning is that, year after year, this allocation goes unspent and is reprioritized to other areas. Moreover, the allocation of only 900,000 rand to municipal finance recovery services is highly inadequate. This is the very program meant to intervene in municipalities already in financial distress, municipalities that cannot balance their books, cannot pay creditors, and cannot deliver basic services such as water that we can see is not here today in this location. Such a minimal allocation signals a failure to prioritize the areas where intervention is most urgently needed. It is the equivalent of sending a bucket of water to fight a raging fire. Treasury's responsibility does not end with municipalities. It begins within provincial departments themselves. It must play a far more assertive role in enforcing credible budgeting, strengthening internal controls, and ensuring that spending aligns with service delivery priorities. Departments must not be allowed to drift through the financial year with poor expenditure patterns, late payments, and accumulating accruals. Treasury must enforce strict monthly and quarterly reporting. It must ensure that corrective action is taken, and it must escalate persistent failures without delay. Equally critical is the issue of consequence management. Without consequences, there is no accountability. Without accountability, there can be no improvement. Officials who fail to comply with financial prescripts, who authorize irregular expenditure, or who allow departments to drift into financial crisis must be held responsible. This is not about punishment. For its own sake, it is about restoring integrity to public finances and rebuilding public trust. Honourable Speaker, it is important to not only highlight failures, but to also demonstrate that a better way is indeed possible. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. We have a working example within our own country. In the Western Cape, where the Democratic Alliance governs, Treasury has demonstrated what effective financial management looks like. Year after year, the Western Cape Provincial Government achieves strong audit outcomes, not as an end in itself, but as a reflection of disciplined governance. And yes, we refer to the Western Cape. We know that we are in the Free State, but we don't want you as Free Staters to also flee or to have to flee to the Western Cape in search of a better life, in search of a job. We are telling you that you can have that here in the Free State. The Western Cape Treasury enforces credible budgeting processes, ensures departments remain within their allocations, and intervenes early when risks emerge. Its priorities value for money, ensuring that public funds are directed towards programs that deliver measurable outcomes and jobs. Most importantly, it links financial management directly to service delivery. Infrastructure projects are complete on time and within budget. Municipalities receive targeted, practical support that improves their financial sustainability. And departments are held accountable for both their spending and their performance. One of the key lessons from the Western Cape is the importance of data-driven decision-making. Treasury does not operate in the dark. It uses real-time financial data, performance indicators and monitoring systems to guide interventions and ensure that there is accountability. Another critical lesson is the importance of consequence management. In the Western Cape, non-performance is not tolerated. There are clear consequences for financial misconduct and poor governance. This creates a culture of accountability that drives better outcomes. Furthermore, procurement processes in the Western Cape are designed to be transparent, competitive and fair. This reduces the risk of corruption, ensures better pricing and improves the quality of service delivery. And Honourable Speaker, through you, Honourable Miku, it is indeed our Minister that sought an intervention. She is not being investigated. Honourable Speaker, the contrast between these two approaches is stark. On the one hand, we have a province where financial management supports service delivery and economic growth. And on the other, we have a province where financial mismanagement undermines both. The question we must ask is simple. Why can it be done in one province but not in another? The answer is not capacity alone, it's not resources, it is leadership, it is political will and a commitment to accountability. The answer is the DA governs there. Sound financial management is not an abstract objective. It is the foundation of service delivery. When finances are managed properly, roads are maintained, water flows, electricity is stable, schools function, and healthcare services are delivered. When financial systems collapse, it is the people of the Free State, you, that pay the price. They pay through potholes that damage their vehicles, through water outages that disrupt their lives, through failing municipalities that cannot deliver basic services, and through lost economic opportunities that keep them trapped in poverty. Honourable Speaker, the budget presented here today presents an opportunity for Treasury to reset its approach, an opportunity to move from compliance to performance, from oversight to enforcement, and from plans to tangible results. But this shift will not happen on its own. It will require decisive leadership. It will require a willingness to confront failure and to act on it. And it will require an unwavering commitment to accountability at every level of this department. The people of the Free State deserve a government that spends public funds responsibly. They deserve municipalities that function, and they deserve departments that deliver. Treasury has a central role in making that a reality. It must rise to that responsibility. It must assert its authority, and it must ensure that financial management in this province becomes a tool for development and not a barrier. Thank you.
Honorable Rockman.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, members of the Legislature, our traditional leadership, guests, good afternoon. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this debate, and allow me to just briefly outline a few key issues relating to the budget vote. Honourable Makume, I'm sure you welcomed the EFF MEC of Finance in Gauteng to the coalition government. So we should not be so quick to speak about GNUs in disparaging terms. Maybe I should also just make mention that the Western Cape is not the bastion of clean governance, with nothing ever going wrong there, as evidenced by the conviction and arrest of Deputy Mayor, I think, and several officials. And there the DA is in coalition with the Freedom Front Plus and an organization called the CE, whatever that stands for. So we must be careful of the lessons learned from other provinces as well. So Provincial Treasury's Programme 5 has the challenging responsibility of dealing with municipal financial management, and the Honourable MEC outlined three key focus areas, namely timely submission of annual financial statements, addressing revenue challenges and unfunded budgets, and curbing unauthorised, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, it's appropriate that we reflect on the broader context within which Provincial Treasury is required to execute this function. In its submission to the NCOP Appropriations Committee in March, SALGA reflected that the local government fiscal environment has evolved significantly since the 1998 White Paper, introducing new stresses that were never anticipated in the original design of this fiscal framework. Those include rapid urbanization and unplanned settlement growth, intensifying climate shocks, droughts and infrastructure damage, which imposes high unbudgeted costs on municipalities, deepening poverty and unemployment and affordability of services, aging and failing infrastructure requiring large-scale renewal investments far beyond available funding, and escalating debt to Eskom and water boards. Now, SALGA has called for modernized grant frameworks, expanded maintenance funding, and a differentiated model that aligns powers, functions, and financing. And this call is based on research of the Finance and Fiscal Commission, the FFC, the Parliamentary Budget Office, National Treasury, and SALGA's own research. And it highlights, amongst others, that the 2026 local government fiscal framework confirms that municipalities need 13.5% to 18.8% of nationally raised revenue to meet their constitutional obligations. The Local Government Fiscal Framework Review proposes strengthening the links between equitable share, conditional grants, and measurable improvements in core functions such as revenue collection and asset maintenance, with a particular focus on the viability of the equitable share formula. Reforms fall into three broad categories, namely legislative, governance, and technological. At the legislative level, we expect that the Municipal Finance Management Act Amendment Bill will form the backbone of the reform package. It will support the local government fiscal framework by enforcing funded budget, strengthening expenditure control and consequence management, and clarify the treatment of irregular expenditure to focus on financial losses. The bill will strengthen monitoring and intervention tools for both the national and provincial treasuries, including more effective financial recovery measures and clearer safeguards during interventions. In terms of governance, the state is strengthening its intervention framework for municipalities in severe financial distress, strengthening its approach to deal with unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and introducing distribution agency agreements for defaulting municipalities participating in the Municipal Debt Relief Program. And we note the Honourable MEC reported that the proposal for the DAAs has been made to 4 Free State municipalities and that the necessary processes have been initiated to consider these proposals. Honourable Members, remind ourselves that the remuneration of councillors and MMs and senior management and officials are highly regulated, just in all other sectors such as the DPSA. And if there is a deviation from those regulatory frameworks, both COCTA and Provincial Treasury
As the oversight function, they will make the inquiries and take the action if necessary. Another key technological reform is the Smart Meters Grant Program, which is allocated 2.5 billion over the MTF. In 71 debt-stressed municipalities, this program has already installed over 139,000 smart meters, with 96,400 more planned for the next budget cycle. And these figures come directly from National Treasury's review. And the potential benefits is not only limited to improving billing accuracy, but these systems provide real-time data to identify leaks and illegal connections, directly addressing structural revenue losses. Grant disbursements are directly contingent on municipalities demonstrating improved collection rates. The FFC 26/7 recommendations emphasize recalibrating the LGS formula to reflect actual institutional and community service costs. We should take note that the Commission did not support the proposed consolidation and reallocation of funds within the human settlement sector under the current informal settlement upgrading program, as the Commission was of the view that this encroaches on the constitutionally assigned powers and functions of municipalities, specifically in areas such as zoning and water infrastructure. The Parliamentary Budget Office analysis also highlights the real decline in municipal transfers, actually 18% from 2016, and the rising cost of basic service, while SALGA's LGFF fiscal studies also identify a widening structural funding gap, escalating unfunded mandates, and the urgent need for a climate-responsive fiscal model. The conditional grant allocation to municipalities in this year reflects some increases such as INAP and the IUDG. But of the direct conditional grants, the energy efficiency and demand-side management grant is discontinued. Below CPI-linked municipal cost pressures such as bulk electricity and increases by water utilities will add additional pressure on municipalities. This is the challenges that Provincial Treasury and COGTA must manage. SALGA further reflects on mandates that are transferred to municipalities without accompanying funding, and this continues to distort municipal budgets. And they cite examples such as libraries, municipal health services, fire services, and housing accreditation functions, which is all underfunded. And SALGA makes the point that though the fiscal framework recognizes a municipal funding deficit, it does not adjust the vertical share. So local government is unfortunately not as simple and straightforward as some of the opposition parties were presenting here. So, Chairperson, it is against this background that Provincial Treasury must frame its support to municipalities to deliver funded budgets and to exercise prudent financial governance and management. We are pleased with the recorded progress of municipalities that submits their annual financial statements within the required timeframes. And we have noted the progress made in dealing with UIFW expenditure. We are appreciative that Provincial Treasury support programs are effectively addressing root causes of the systemic, structural and management risks of municipal financial management and governance. Without the cooperation of municipalities, this progress would not have been possible. Honourable Msimanga, indeed, we are not yet making the required progress in improving our audit outcomes. The improvement of Dishlabeng's audit outcome for 24-25 is indeed a step in the right direction. 7 other municipalities and entities retained unqualified audit outcomes, and although that might be a positive indicator, it might also be an indicator of stagnation. And we believe that Treasury's comprehensive support program will assist these municipalities to address the key areas of reporting, both financial and non-financial, and financial performance, including compliance and legislation and dealing with the UIFW. The Auditor General has given clear direction, stating that sustained improvement requires preventative controls, credible reporting, persistent compliance, and accountable leadership to avoid harm and excel in service delivery. We equally take note that the 11 municipalities with qualified audit opinions need to urgently escalate their attention to the credibility of their financial and non-financial reporting, their financial performance and material irregularities. Municipalities with disclaimer audit opinions are indicative of the fact that fiscal discipline is simply not institutionalized in those 3 municipalities. Provincial Treasury should consistently ensure that the basket of support initiatives become embedded in municipal structures, systems and processes. And I am confident that the Honourable MEC and the Department are very conscious of the AG's emphasis that without decisive leadership and accountability enforcement, poor outcomes will remain the norm. Now, at local government level, coalitions have been part of South African landscape for many years. But the number of coalition-led municipalities increased significantly between 2016 and 2021. Excuse me, from 27 municipalities in 2016 to actually 67 in 2021, representing a 66% increase. The FFC's submission on 26/7 Division of Revenue also reflected on the audit outcomes of so-called hung councils as opposed to majority-led councils. The research did not focus on which political parties formed part of coalitions or hung municipalities or majority councils, but comparing the percentage of municipalities that had regressed in 22-3 compared to 2020-21, the FFC research indicated that 21% of under coalition-led councils showed regression or worsening in their audit outcomes, compared to 14% in majority-led municipalities. With regard to unchanged audit outcomes, 72% of municipalities with majority-led councils did not improve or regress, while the audit outcomes of 61% of municipalities with hung councils also did not change. When it comes to improvement in municipal audit outcomes, 17% and 14% of municipalities with hung councils and majority-led councils, respectively. Concerning improvement in regression for both groups, the analysis indicates there has not been any improvement for municipalities with majority-led councils, as both improvement and regression stands at 14%. They cancel each other out. But on the other hand, municipalities with hung councils, there has been a regression on average, with an improvement of 17%, but a regression of 21%. So on average, considering the net performance of audit outcomes, comparing the improvement and regression for both groups of municipalities, it can be concluded that municipalities with hung councils actually regressed slightly by 4%, while municipalities with majority-led councils just remained unchanged. That says something about coalition politics at local government level. Now, whilst the FFC's recommendation is that provincial departments of Kokta and Salga should identify the key challenges and risks associated with hung councils, another point that should not be lost is that the continuous formal and informal training and capacity building of councillors must be prioritized by both Treasury, Kokta as well as Salga. We celebrate our young councillors such as Mayor Victoria de Beer of Mngwati, who recently successfully completed her Master of Business Administration degree, as well as the Mayor of Garib District, Irene Meshlomakulu, and Councillor Prince Pachwani, and they also both completed their postgraduate diplomas in management. They joined the ranks of so many of our other councillors who have successfully completed formal qualifications that are directly relevant and impactful on their role as local government representatives. This is an added dimension to capacity building of councillors that we must actively encourage and support. Chairperson, we support the budget vote of Provincial Treasury. Thank you.
Honorable MEC Makume to close the debates for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I'm not sure if whether members, when they come here, they come, number one, either they've got a disease called amnesia, and I've tried to search what is amnesia. They say it's a loss of memory, and it's caused by a lot of things. Injury at times, sicknesses and other things. But I've realized that from the left-hand side, there have been a lot of amnesia that has been discovered. In 2016, the ANC lost many municipalities. The EFF enter into a marriage with the DA. Today they come and say, "Di ke lenyalo la GNU." They started it in 2016. Today they've forgotten. Others were with us 10, 15 years ago. They were with us. I don't know whether it's amnesia or what. Because what I've also been observing is that whether it's intentional or not, I'm not sure. Just now, on page 21, I said municipalities in the Free State are stagnant. Page 21, under audit outcomes. I just wish honorable members can just check that statement. And you come here and say, I did not say that. But this is what I said. I said there is municipal stagnant in relation to audit outcomes. But there is a work that we are doing. So I'm not sure whether it's amnesia or maybe we are playing to the gallery, which is going to be very much dangerous. Because now we try to be popular for the things that they don't need popularity at all. We just need to be realistic and respond to challenges that we have raised. I've raised a number of issues that are affecting municipalities in relation to financial sustainability. Not even a single one of you have reflected on those things. I raised the issue of water leakages. I raised the issue of electricity, which in so many areas, it is caused by illegal connection and by people that you know, some of you have given land where you're not supposed to give them land, and now they are stealing electricity and put it and connect those illegal informal areas. So it's a very much difficult thing. I'm not sure. That's why I was saying I'm not sure, Chair, if it's amnesia or what.
Honorable MEC, please say the tick. Take a seat. The MEC is responding to the issues raised by respective political organizations when they were given a chance to debate. The decorum of the House demands that we must give him respect to do that without being disrupted. Can we appeal to honorable members to respect the speaker when on the podium? MEC, let's proceed.
Honorable Mkhabela, there's a difference being a business person and being a millionaire. You can be a millionaire, but you are not a business person. But in the Free State, again, there was a period, and unfortunately it happened when your president, your general president now, was the premier of this. There was a period where businesses were made something like an instant business. They are not businesses. And they were given money. And in the Zondo Commission, it is said that all these businesses were asked 10%. Why do you think they will still survive under these hard conditions when they are supposed to do their work? Lot of incomplete projects happen at that time because these people are asked 10% of the money that is supposed to work at the project. And they are unable to complete the projects because of that. Now, the worst thing is that there are investigations of those companies or those instant business people. Many of the people who were called millionaires were not necessarily business. If you don't believe me, just go and watch Madlanga Commission. You'll realize that some of the people that we even respected that, hey, in Jaivugile, the business is okay, they were actually thugs. And it is clear now in Madlanga Commission. So you can't come and praise that under the leadership of so-and-so, they were millionaires. Millionaires were not business people. Business people is people who invest in businesses, not invest in 10% that are being asked by the leadership. The second thing, Honorable Trude, you will know that in terms of the spheres of government, it is very much difficult for the provincial government to enforce any legislation or any consequence management in local municipalities. When this country was negotiated, we agree on the 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local. So the local government is a set of government which is governed by its own policies. Treasury does not have legislative authority to enforce any kind of consequence management on those things. The second question you asked me about a transaction advisor. Let me just respond quickly to say, what is an advisor? An advisor is a professional person who provides expert guidelines, specialized knowledge, and strategic recommendations to help individuals who are doing the work. So they advise you. They are not necessarily going to do the work. The reason why we are introducing the transactional advisors, it is because in the Free State, we are unable to access this facility, which is new, the BFI. And we have found that the gap it is because we don't have people who are advising municipalities to get that. So the appointment of transactional advisors is not the appointment of the people who are doing the job. No. It's the appointment of people who are going to advise these ones who are doing the job that this is how you can do it. Like in a soccer play, you all have players and coaches. So these ones are going to be the coaches, but not really the players. Honorable Foku, I think you must answer that question. But I think the mistake that you are doing, you ask, where is God? You don't ask, where was God? When we were told that you can just cure HIV contraction by getting into a shower, you never ask, where was God? When our country was made to believe that a swimming pool is a fire pool. So today you come and ask, where is God? You're supposed to ask, where was God? Because this thing was deeping at that time. So we're dealing with that problem today when you did not ask that question. Honorable Msima, I hope I've already answered one part. But the second part is that you must go and read that speech in totality. There's not even a single word where I've said, let's celebrate. I said there are improvements. So there's a difference between improvements and celebration. There could be complementary.
Honorable MEC, please take a seat. Honorable Foucault, what point are you raising?
Very simple one. Mudula stulo wadula ditulo. That is personal. To say.
At what point are you raising, Honorable Foucault?
I'm getting there, Honorable Chair. Hore ore motu ukiora eitika kashawar. That is personal. It's like that one honorable speaker earlier on. So just check on it, Chair.
This is a political debate. Members of the legislature are protected. They can engage any other issue in the public discourse, including in the court of law. Honorable MEC, let's proceed to respond to the debate.
Thank you. As I was explaining to Honorable Msimam, that it is not what I have used, the word celebrate. I've said improvement. It is important that as and when workers are working, you need to give them a source of encouragement. Otherwise, they will get they will burn out because you don't show them the improvement. Let me tell you about one improvement. I've said in 2024-2025, there were only 19 municipalities that submitted annual financial statements. So if in this year it's 21, it's an improvement. It's not something to celebrate, but it's an improvement. They've moved from 19 to 21. I hope I'm clear on that one. The last one, Honorable Msma. The problem with the issue of ensuring that we have a clean governance, it must start with telling the truth. The truth of the matter is that there are challenges that are facing municipalities, and they are multi-pronged. It's not just because of the kind of the political party that is in charge. You were in charge of Metsimaholo at one stage. Go and look at the status of Metsimaholo today. So the issue, they are multi-pronged, and I've tried to raise them. There's an issue of skills, there's an issue of leakages, there's an issue of inefficiencies that we must deal. Instead of coming here and joining us and calling on everyone, number one, to ensure that those who afford, they should pay services so that we are able to build one country. The problem with what we're doing, DA, EFF and everyone, is the spirit of the self. And because today's budget speech was dedicated to me, Charlotte McCrack, let me remind you what did she say about the spirit of self. And this is what it says in conclusion. This work is not for yourself. Kill that spirit of self and do not live above your people, but live with them And if you can rise, bring someone with you. Close quote. Thank you.
The reply by the MEC concludes the business of the House today. Before the House adjourns, I wish to make the following announcement. Number one, that the honorable members and guests should remain standing. As a sergeant in arms, the honorable chair of chairs and the acting secretary leave the House. Announcement number two, that the guests should remain at their allocated seats while honorable members leave the House. Announcement number three, that all guests are invited for lunch and ushers will direct everyone on where to go for lunch. The House shall now adjourn until Thursday, the 30th of April 2026 at 10 o'clock at Kopanong Indoor Sports Center in Velkom. And the business of the House shall be the consideration of the following budget votes. Budget vote number one, vote one, Office of the Premier. Number two, budget vote number 9, Public Works and Infrastructure. The House is adjourned.